His ex-wife, when I say a monster, she's a monster. His ex-wife is bonkers. She was all over him all the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money.
Ryan was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call.
Okay, who is this guy? That's my ex-husband, my former husband. Does he live here with you guys? No, I called him over here. Okay. I didn't know what to do.
I just didn't know what to do.
I didn't know what to do.
It was just a
So then
knee-jerk reaction.
Here, let's talk about it.
Ryan was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can.
Welcome back. Today is another day we dive into the next volume of the wild, crazy, chaotic, wonderful world that is the jailhouse text messages of Sarah Catherine Boone Paulsen. And I know I just released volume 2 last week, and it's not, traditional for me to get another video out this quickly, but I had to work as hard as I could because today is my channel's 1-year anniversary. Wow. I can't believe that. A year ago today, I posted my first video on Sarah Catherine Boone Paulsen.
Excuse me. You're eating my peach.
Reacting to her 58-page letter. That was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. I've had all these opinions about her for so long, and then when that happened, I said, okay, I have to say something. So she literally inspired me to start this channel with her insane antics that were happening right around this time. And this volume will be covering, I believe, April and May. And my channel started in June of last year. So this volume will cover the mindset she was in during all the chaos that erupted that resulted in that 58-page letter on top of the 14-page letter that she also wrote about Miss Cashman at the same time. That will always make me laugh. The fact that she submitted that letter trying to trash Miss Cashman the same day she was told that she would be representing herself. Because in that letter, she got cocky again. She said she has attempted to withdraw from my case.
I was not included and am finding out weeks later. Judge Kranick, I am trying to receive, please, a copy of her withdrawal to better understand her reasons for the undisclosed departure from my case. No attempts was made on her part to solve or remedy in some type of discussion professionally beforehand. Therefore, I am having to include you in this request, as I did with my most recent letter. Please understand. I am trying to understand. With her attempted withdrawal, my very legitimate concern is not having all my case contents returned to me.
Because her sixth lawyer, Frank Bankowitz, tried to withdraw multiple times and he was told no the first time. He was only granted leave once Sarah said he's a dud and isn't it, it would be better if he wasn't on my case.
From my perspective, am I surprised my attorney is trying yet again to give up completely? No. Is it a blessing? Yes. Let's be honest. Frank J. Bankowitz is a dud of an attorney. He is unprofessional, hides, lies, and is disrespectful. I had a feeling when other attorneys spoke about him, winced, sighed, rolled eyes, saying they have some of his clients. And after finding his 3 public reprimands, I announced to the court, and which he said pissed him off being the reason for his first attempted withdrawal. This was going to be an adventure, but nonetheless, hoped for the best. Unfortunately, I seem to have gotten the worst. Thankfully, there are many other professional and scrupulous, valiant attorneys still available, and hopefully after all my previous letters and 6 withdrawals to date, not by my choice, Judge Wooten, you will remove the blindfold this time when throwing your darts of justice at the remember everyone has constitutional rights and should be treated fairly dartboard, and you wear glasses. So let's go for the bullseye. Please. Thank you in advance for hopefully caring this time.
Which she now says she never fired any of her attorneys, but that was definitely firing her attorney anyway. She thought the same thing was going to happen with Miss Cashman, and she went in all high and mighty, getting ready to turn in this paper, and was told, you are on your own with that raggedy attitude.
Where your JAs should have made me, the news crews, court TV, professional YouTubers.
You are Beyonce.
And photographers, the world, a copy of the notice of hearing where all aforementioned improprieties occurred, and then some, including the drop-off of my case materials, said order being ordered, and me being pulled by my uniform to exit your courtroom while still trying to speak. She was pulled from the courtroom by her uniform.
And then she absolutely went insane and hasn't stopped on this. How dare you go pro se? Why is everyone making me do everything on my own kind of train? But we have plenty of time to get into all of that. So I want to get my hello, thank yous, and warnings out of the way. Hello, if you're new here, welcome to the world of long-form rant content, where there is no structure or goal besides me reacting to whatever we're reacting to, and the video is finished whenever it's finished. I assert no expertise on this channel. These are all my opinions. You take what you take, you leave what you leave, but if you leave a like on the way out. That's just good home training. Also note that I talk a lot, so if you want a video where they read these texts all the way through, this is not the video for you. And speaking of, these text messages were provided by Tanika's 2 cents. Thank you so much. Make sure to go check her out after this. Also, I've gotten some comments about the memes, so let me just explain it off top. These 2 women were both born named Sarah Catherine Paulsen. Alternate spellings, still from the same part of Florida where they both grew up. I think they're only 3 years apart in age, so that must have been a very popular name around that time. But they're both, polar opposites. One, Sarah Catherine Paulsen, is a vicious murderer, and the other, Sarah Catherine Paulsen, just plays one on TV. And while most people love the memes, people get my humor, some people don't, which just means I have to add more. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a video about Sarah Catherine Boone Paulsen.
Excuse me.
Stop talking! You are insane, my God!
You're eating my peach. Cupcake.
I don't want a cupcake.
And with that, let's dive right in.
Bon appetit.
4/2/24, 11:37 a.m. to brother. Here it is. Hi, good morning. I hope this message finds you happy and smiling. Doing my best on my end every day. We were locked down all day yesterday from girls fighting again, and I could not call. When I do get the opportunity, I have to race for the phone and get before one of the 64 other girls in here. I'm not lying when I tell you it's always a struggle. Always and unnecessarily. I'm just going to ask via message as I need to know, and I'm tired of fighting to get to a phone when we are actually able to use them. I want to ask for a bond. It is my right to have one, and no attorney has ever mentioned trying to get one. Again, and most important to me, it is my right. The attorney now said she can put in a motion for one, but needs information prior to be prepared. I've been here over 4 years. I am not a flight risk, and even if I did try anything funny, there's nowhere I can go from all the world knowing my face and case. The Holy Spirit is pushing me to do, even if I don't get one. I can officially say I tried since no one else would for me. Don't give me rights if you don't want me to fully maximize them. Be the revolution. I actually just returned my official presidential selection ballot for my choice of who I can and will vote for in August. What's sad is that I was here and voted for the last president 4 years ago. I'm serious about using my rights. Mom taught me that. My attorney said I need an address where I can tell the court I will be living, temporarily or permanent, so they know where I can be located if needed. As you know, I am homeless from losing my townhome. I have lost my car due to Brian lying and losing and will not answer me about it when I ask, even for the phone number to the neighbor so I can call myself. This is another full-blown struggle I am in the middle of at the same time as you know, and trying to save my son now and futuristically, while working on my quote, murder case while in jail. Jesus, no home, no car that I know of, no money. I'm trying to win. My dogs died, and I have no family. Except you, Philip. Just you. As said previously, also, there is no binding contract or judicial responsibility that I know of. Attorney just said I need an address where I can go. What do you think? It's just your address. So if I do achieve a bond, I will need to be at the address. I'm a good roomie. That's even if I get the bond and can even pay. Doubtful. But who knows? From all my cheerleaders out there, maybe a GoFundMe page will be made for me by my loyal, quote, fans. At least the world will see my efforts, and I believe if I am denied, would be in my favor anyway, as everyone knows how exploited my case is and the illegal happenings daily with everything on the internet, etc. So, please, may I use your address? Tell me, however, so I can tell my attorney to pursue or not. I'm sure she'll call you to discuss further and to confirm. I don't know the process as I've never done this before. Regardless, she will call at one point with you being included in my case. Why is he included in your anyway? I think too, it looks really good that you are in the Marines and an honorable citizen of the USA. You are my brother and my only living relative.
That's a lie! That's a lie!
What? That's just not true. And my only living relative. I want to go for it, please, after all these empty, uneventful years. It's my right. What do you think? Feedback? Honesty? As soon as you can, let me know. Why won't you schedule a video visit? I love you no matter, Philip. It is a blessing truly at this point in my life to have you as my brother for times such as these. Thank you either way and always. Ta-ta for now. Heart. Yikes. So she's asking for a bond. This is when we officially get into the bond fiasco. We know she doesn't get it because she was already denied it the day after she was arrested and put in jail. Just because she doesn't remember or doesn't understand that doesn't mean she didn't have a bond hearing. She had one. They said, oh, hi, you're super dangerous. And because of the injuries all over the victim's body, bail is denied.
Ma'am, good morning. Your name?
Sarah Boone.
The autopsy findings, which include significant evidence of trauma to multiple sites on the victim's body.
The state asked for no bond. The judge agreed. In Orange County, Alex Villarreal, West 2 News.
And what got me about this is that she sat up there and shook her head no when the judge is reading the autopsy shows that there is significant damage all over his body, and she's going to act like no there wasn't, as though she's the one who performed the autopsy. You don't really normally get bail for murder charges, especially charges that include a life sentence. She says, I'm not a flight risk. You absolutely are. Everyone knows my face. Okay, that still wouldn't stop you from attempting to flee. And trust me, not everyone knows your face. My parents know I've been covering this case for almost a year and still forget your name all the time. Could not point you out of a crowd. Don't nobody care, okay? But I'm glad the Holy Spirit is pushing you to do this. More like your ego, vanity, and need, necessity, drive to get away and avoid your own punishments is what's pushing you to get a bond. The Holy Spirit already told you to sit your ass down. Bond is denied. Don't give me rights if you don't fully want me to maximize them. You had your rights. They were preserved. It was denied. You are not entitled to a bond, nor are you... Yeah, you're not entitled to a bond. And by maximize, she means abuse them. Don't give me rights if you won't let me hound you until you give me what I want. Even after you could tell me a million times no, I'm still going to say you didn't let me use my rights. Also, Philip, she's wrong. She says there is no binding contract.
That's a lie! That's a lie!
Absolutely, there is. Bond is a binding contract. Bond and bail are binding you to the court process. The only reason bond is allowed is it because it is saying you on bond are saying you will return for every single court hearing, you will abide by every single court order, you will not do anything to mess up anything. If you do, you will not receive your bond again. And if you don't know, once you pay bond, if you go through the court process, regardless of the outcome, win, lose, draw, it doesn't matter. You will get that bond back if you attended the full court process, didn't miss anything, followed all the rules. But if you mess up even one time, that bail bond money is gone. And you will have violated your bail bond, whatever, and you will be sent back to jail. So she's saying, I only need your address. And she's bearing the lead. I only need your address. Also, I will need to be at that address if I get one. I'm a good roomie. Girl, what? Don't nobody want a convicted murderer or a charged murderer to sleep at their house permanently. The fact that she said permanent, it said temporarily, and I'm like, okay, cool. That's what you're arguing. This isn't binding, it's only temporary or permanent. How would you even think, you are my brother. Mom told me to do this. Remember, we had the same mom, so I have to use that to manipulate you? You're my only living family. Look, the younger brother, she said, F you. You don't matter. You don't mean anything. And I think he's only a year younger than her. She's the middle child. Philip's the oldest. So it makes sense why he's still putting up with this because he's had to deal with it his whole life. And the youngest brother, she said, forget you. Wow. Maybe they're just estranged and he doesn't talk to any of them, but to just boldly say, I have no family. Again, you said it again. And this time you said it to Philip's face, except you. She doesn't say except you any other time, Philip. She says, all my family is dead.
Ryan was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this.
If she says, I only have my brother, the rest of my family is dead, Brian is my go-to because the rest of my family is dead and my brother is in the Marines and very busy, whatever to acknowledge them. But no, the only time you ever acknowledged your other brother was at the crime scene when they asked, where do you go? Because you were still calling George's family murderers and that they're going to kill you while we're at the crime scene of the man you murdered.
I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
Look around. You have all these deputies here, so while we're here, nothing's going to happen to you. Before we go and make any notifications, you'll have plenty of time to leave or do what you need to do. Whatever you need to do.
So, but do you guys tell his family like today or after tomorrow?
We have to.
It's the law. We have to go and make contact with your family.
So yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that
they're gonna think I killed him.
Why would they think that?
They always have said that. They've always have said that.
Do you have somewhere safe that you can go tonight?
Both my parents are deceased. My grandparents are deceased. My aunt and uncle are deceased. I got nobody. I have a brother that's in the Marines, and I've got another one that's in jail. And
Unless the brother that's Marines, is he local?
No. Well, he in Altamont, but I think he's doing whatever Marine thing he's doing. So I don't think he'll have a problem with it.
Okay.
So.
Well, like I said, we're not going to leave here. If you do not feel safe, we are not going to leave here with you not feeling safe, because then we're liable.
And then his ex-wife in Philadelphia.
Well, she's in Philadelphia, but yes.
There's going to be a funeral.
Right. That you're talking like days and weeks.
No,
I'm talking right here, right now. So let me do my investigation. Let me go do this paperwork that I'm talking about, because we can go back and forth about what ifs like all day long.
I know, sorry.
I promise we're not going to leave here for you and you not feel safe. Okay, I promise.
But it's about her and her comfort. So she wanted you basically to punish the Torres family. Well, actually, no. What she wanted you to do is not to tell them at all and to let her tell them so that she can spin it and say he did it to himself. And when the police say, well, we have to tell them what we know and we're going to tell them the truth, she freaks out. You could possibly tell him the truth? What am I going to do? I'm in fear for my life. I have nowhere to go. And they're like, do you have anywhere? Family's dead, mom dead, grandma, aunts, uncles, everybody's dead. I have a brother who's in the Marines, and then I have one who's in jail. That's the only time she ever mentioned her other brother. And she didn't try to go stay with the Marine brother that night. She said he's all the way up in Altamont or some place nearby. And I did the GPS location from her place to her brother's place, and it was like a 20-minute drive. So you easily could have gotten in contact with him and he could have brought you over, but then you would have to explain to him, "Hi, I just killed someone. Can I come stay over?" And then she finally caves and says, "I think I can stay at Brian's and he won't mind." And she knew she could have done that the entire time. She just wants to raise all the alarm flags of see me as the victim. Anytime I'm in front of the police, I'm the victim. And the fact that you're not believing me right now is freaking me out. Anyway, that's the only time you mention your other brother. Other times, they're all dead. And I'm going to try to stroke your ego by saying it looks good you're a Marines and an honorable citizen of the USA. Good thing he is because you're not. You're not an honorable citizen whatsoever. And you're asking him for feedback and honesty. You don't want that. You want him to
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
say yes. And if he does not say yes, you will flip your shit. Can guarantee. I haven't read the messages coming up, but I know she gets it denied because of what we've covered in the future. But this is a mess. So this is her officially asking for a bond. I don't know why my other attorneys haven't, because your other attorneys aren't stupid and they realize a defendant on trial for second-degree depraved heart murder is not getting a bond. And then doing the whole thing of, I won't even be able to pay for it, even if I do get it. Okay, so you're going to inconvenience everyone else around you so that you can use your quote rights that you are pretty sure yourself you won't even achieve. But you want to make your lawyer, your brother, everyone around you go through the work to try and get it regardless, even though it has a 0% chance of going through. Because you are a flight risk. No matter what you say, you are. It's the same thing with the jump drives, and she wanted to keep the metal jump drives, and they're like, no, because that metal can be fashioned into something else. And she's like, well, other than the fact that I guess the metal could be fashioned into something else, I don't get why it's the reason. With an inference that obviously I'm too good, I would never fashion something metal into a weapon. Who do you think I am? I murder with a suitcase, not a knife. But she didn't accept that answer. So she just kept asking. So no matter what, I know Philip is going to reject it, and we know why, but she's not going to accept that. Okay, moving on, I think. Oh, no, not moving on, because we found out who Jim is. Jim is her neighbor. So she's just trying to get the phone number to her neighbor to confirm whether either he has the car or he sees the car or something with the car. I know your brother probably laughs too, saying, "You're worried about your car? You're worried about being homeless when you're in prison? Well, not prison, but you're in jail right now. Worry about that when you're actually out." I can't believe I'm not going to get over the I don't need anything from you but the address. But also, if I do get it, I will need to be at that address. So I am asking you for your address and to house me forever. I'm a good roomie. What proof? The last person you lived with, you killed. Not really a good roomie. Now we're moving on. Oh, from Philip, he responded. When did he respond? Okay, later that day, around close to 6 hours later, 6 or 7 or 8. 4/4/24, 7:21 p.m. from brother. Here it is. Hello. Well, I'm glad that you are talking to your lawyer now, at least. So that's headway. I would have to ask Kayla her thoughts on everything. I cannot promise you that she will agree, and she lives there as well. Nothing against you, but my side of the family has not been in my life for years, and she sees that. I will say there is no way you can live with me long term, as I am struggling too. It's my life, and another person in the equation will not help me obtain my goals and needs. I will do what I can, as I have been. My question is, even if you get a bond, who is going to post it? I cannot imagine the price tag, and I'm not putting my house up as collateral. I would need to talk to your lawyer and get specifics. Once that meal thing is cleared, I will get that one you wanted. Besides that, I love you and keep your head up. Let me know your thoughts. All right, so he says that he has to ask whoever Kayla is to see if it's her thoughts. I'm imagining that's his partner, but I'm not going to make assumptions. If I were Kayla, I said, hell no. You're trying to invite your murderous sister to come live with us temporarily, and you know temporarily is going to turn to permanently because of the way she begs. I just got out of jail, Philip. I don't have anything. I don't have a job. I haven't had a job in 4, 5, 7 years at this point. I don't have a car. I don't have anywhere to go. You're my only brother, Philip, and you would kick me out after 7 years of being here? Heartless. Oh, and he reveals, I will do what I can, but my side of the family has not been in my life for years, and she sees that. Meaning he has had to distance himself from the Paulsens, which is probably why he is, to our knowledge, the most honorable one. I guess that's how you put it. The number one Paulsen that we are aware of is says that he has been distant from his family, and she sees that. So why all of a sudden is the person who, again, she lived 25 minutes, less than half an hour away, only now trying to become a permanent fixture in my life after she murdered someone, has no one, and doesn't want to accept the consequences of her own actions? But I'm glad he already set down that firm boundary of there's no way you can live with me long term. I am struggling too. It's my life. Exactly, Philip. Everyone's struggling. You can't just take the burden of someone else on. Unless he was a multimillionaire, then you can say, okay, come on. You have 7 guest houses you're not even using. Just give me one. You know, that's very rare. But she acts like everyone else is completely rich and should be able to fund her, house her, feed her, everything. And I'm glad he also said another person in the equation will not allow me to achieve or obtain my goals and needs, because she doesn't think about that. She doesn't actually think about others until her needs are met, which is why she's always like, package this, package that. As soon as you say, well, I gave you $100,000. Again, here you go. Then it's, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Well, how are you doing? You worry me. I need to know about your health emotionally, physically, spiritually, until you don't give me what I want. Okay, moving on. Let me know your thoughts. And she responded within 2 hours. 4/4/24, 9:13 p.m. to brother. Philip, let's be realistic. If I even get a bond, like I and you both know, it will probably be so sky high I could never pay it. My whole entire point is that it is my right to have one. And after everything the quote justice quote system has put me through and is still, the least they could do is give me a bond, no matter if I can pay it or not. It is my right that I was raised to believe in, fight for, and take advantage of whenever possible. Take advantage of is correct. You take advantage of anyone you possibly can. And you were raised to believe in bond as one of your rights? So they were prepping you for going to prison? Okay. I have rights that I can use and am trying to, and which you bravely fight for everyone to have, including yourself. See my need to get this, no matter what the outcome may be, for myself and everyone who's been through the same persecution and just not been bold enough to risk and take. I am, and I know all things are possible with God. No limitations. I'm not going anywhere if I do get the bond because it has to be paid. It's the principle, and again, my right. I think you think I'm moving in the moment it's granted, if at all. Don't misunderstand and make it something it's not when explaining to Kayla. And no, it would not be long term, as I am overdue for a life of my own and with my son, hopefully. Come what may, baby steps. I need the bond first, That's just going to sit there until whatever God so chooses to allow or direct me to. This is not a big deal. It's just a quote phantom address to put on paper. Nothing is binding, permanent, or contracted.
It was all a lie. Guys, it was all a lie. She lied.
And me talking to my attorney is not at all what you think. She argues and discourages me in almost everything. It's a struggle every time I talk to her. I am confused who she works for and on whose side. Super condescending and snotty, which I've told her is very unprofessional. She fights and blathers when I'm still asking her for my discovery. You don't know Philip. No one does, and just accuses me of being, quote, difficult. Why? Because no one will fight for me properly and help save my life? Excuse me? Save your life? I wish she had even a little bit of self-awareness, and I guess it's not even self-awareness. I wish she just gave a fuck about anyone but herself even a little bit. She is saying everyone is calling me difficult because no one will fight for me properly to save my life, even though I ended someone else's life. You know, that person who's not important whatsoever? Who cares? I need someone to save my life, even though my actual life is not at risk at all. Never has been. Yet expects the world to treat her like a princess. She treats me so bad. I told her her snotty attitude. I'll still never get over that. She sure did tell her in the bond hearing, or not in the bond hearing, but in that one hearing with Kranick where she brought up the bond. I don't know what she has against me. She's not being nice to me. And I told her on day one, her snotty attitude is not appreciated.
She's not going to waste my time because she's not going to explain something to me. And I have taken it upon myself to explain it to myself because she refuses to do so. I don't understand what it is that she has against me. I have told her from day one that her snotty attitude was inappropriate, and I try very hard to bear with her and her attitude. I don't know what it is that I'm doing wrong to her. Her snotty attitude was inappropriate, but I feel that her attitude has equaled prejudice, which is not in my favor, especially considering she supposedly represented my life.
So I don't know what I did to her or what she has against me. And her psychologist, or I don't know, whoever she had lie on the stand for her, even mentioned that she doesn't know how she comes across to other people, which I call bullshit. I think she absolutely knows. She just doesn't care. And she thinks if she tells you afterwards she doesn't know, then that means you have to believe her and it's all okay. But anyway, she gets to respond to people like that and say this and say that to Miss Cashman, and she expects, demands, requires nothing but overwhelming, quote, professionalism and a willingness to accept abuse and still smile at her and give her everything she wants. Like, why can't I see my discovery? As if you having your discovery will do shit anything. How is you, yourself personally, seeing your discovery going to save your life? Unless you were representing yourself, which is why Kranick made the absolute correct decision, because nothing was good enough for you. You finally had an attorney who would talk to you and wanted to convey information. You didn't want to hear what she had to say. You just wanted to speak to her and then complain that there's no progress being made. Well, if every single meeting you have, 15-minute visit, you're talking about your damn discovery, that you keep saying things are missing. And it's just so annoying because it's one of those, again, she's dumb and she latches on to smart things to think that she's smart because that elevates her in her mind. So she learned what discovery means, and it means the evidence both sides have discovered and they have traded each discovery. So she has everything that the prosecution found out on her, and she has everything that's hers because it's her life. So none of this should be a shock to her whatsoever. They investigated you, meaning anything that's in your discovery was in your life. The only things that aren't there are the things regarding George in terms of the injuries, autopsies, lab results, all this, all that. But she was begging for the copy of her phone. She was begging for this, begging for that, instead of doing the actual reverse thing and telling her lawyer, hey, I remember there was this video on my phone. If you find on my phone that it should be there and it does boom, 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 this will help me do boom, then maybe you can work with them on that. But when you're just saying a blanket, I need to see my discovery, I need to see the medical records that Miss Cashman Esquire mentions, had her exactly, Paulina, had her handwritten notes in the margin, which I'm like, who's writing handwritten notes in the margins of medical records?
She walked out. She has asked me repeatedly for a copy of some medical records. Based on the discovery I got from the previous attorneys, one of the copies of those medical records had her handwritten notes. So she had a copy given to her previously. She'd reviewed them with previous attorneys. I sent her a new copy. Some of the things that she thinks are important from a lawyer perspective, perhaps I don't attach the same importance.
And that's why it's so annoying to deal with her, because she requests and demands things that any rational human knows are irrelevant and dead ends. This whole bond thing being the prime example. You're even admitting you know you're not going to be able to get one, but you just want to do it because it's your right. The fact that you don't understand your rights is a you issue. Okay, I have to stop. But yeah, I just can't believe she said my life to save my life. I'm glad Judge Kranick saved a whole bunch of people's lives by sentencing you
to life in the Department of Corrections.
I will do whatever necessary and possible for me and my son. When you talk to her, you'll see. She will probably try and talk you out of everything and pin you against me. She doesn't believe in, quote, gray area at all. She's like that. And she lies, forgets what she says to cover her ass. Be prepared and get your riot gear out. She's extremely derogatory. Your thoughts? I see her on Monday, so what do you want me to tell her? It's just an address. Thank you, no matter or how much. I guess not thank you, because he's told you he's not going to do it. And of course you're prepping. She lies because she's so mean to me. Isn't it funny how every single human in your life is a liar but you? That's not how life normally works. Normally, it's the exact opposite. If everyone around you lies, the odds are you've been lying to them and they're not accepting it. Responding with the truth, which then you warp into a lie. Why? Because it has to be a lie, because it goes against your truth and what you want. If they're not telling a lie, then that means your request is invalid and not going to happen. Because you think all of your requests are valid and should happen, that means they must be lying. Again, Philip, do not listen. Nothing is binding, permanent, or contracted. It absolutely is. And he mentioned up here, I skipped over it, being like, and I don't know who's going to pay it. It'd be so sky high. And I'm not putting my property, putting my house up as collateral, because that's a bond. There's a property bond when you put your property up as collateral. And the same exact thing applies. If you break your bond, then that means they can seize your property. You are asking him to put everything on the line for you, so that you don't have to have a pity party, so that you can have your rights. Figure it out your own way if you want something this useless. Now you're making it his problem, and that he is going to prevent you from progressing, even though you had from the beginning a 0% chance of getting a bond. And unfortunately, Philip didn't see this. Although he could see it, he could go back to the news segment that we watched earlier. And I don't know if he saw it at the time, but that was her bail hearing. That was for her bond. That was her bond hearing right then and there. She got a hard ass no. Philip, let's be a realistic. Sarah, let's be a realistic. You are going to prison for life. I mean, you are now currently. But to pass Sarah, you are going to prison for
Life in the Department of Corrections.
Unavoidable. And trying to say, don't misunderstand and make it something it's not when explaining to Kayla. No, again, just like with the police officers to the parents, you want him to lie to them and say, one, it's not Sarah's fault. She didn't do it no matter what. Two, it's not Sarah's fault. She didn't do it no matter what. And also she wants to come and live with us. And there it is again. All things are possible with God. Sure. And you got the plea deal of a lifetime. And you spit on that blessing. Thank you no matter what. It's not going to be no matter what. Okay, moving on. Christina. Side note, every time I see or hear her name, this is the only thing I can think of. Christina.
Christina! Christina's gone. The little tramp didn't leave any money to pay her, so she left. Just like your little slut.
Classic scene. And while most of the time I won't be reading her messages, she has been added to the meme library. Bad turns into good, don't care. Okay, so she messages him again, didn't get a response. When's the last time she messaged him? She messaged him on the 4th. He didn't respond. And now it's the 13th. Okay, wow. Also, she hasn't messaged Brian this whole time. Wow. You've given him almost 2 weeks. Good for you. Okay. 4/13/24, 8:07 p.m. to brother. Mail and letter. Hi again. So we are being forced to use these tablets from mail, now effective April 19th. This means we will no longer receive physical mail, and everything, letters, cards, pictures, will be scanned and uploaded for viewing only. I can't hold or really look at anything you send once they're uploaded. Then they shred them. What? What the fuck? Please send the pictures you've been telling me you're going to for over a year now. Please send the contempt letter for me to include with my paperwork for the judge you to get Brian in court. This is the last opportunity I will have to get a picture of mom, you, etc. And I do not want them on these stupid tablets. I want to put them in my Bible and be able to look at them when I want, not when they tell us we can. Use the tablets, and if I even get one, fighting 63 other girls to use. Thought it was 64. Please, Philip, I really want and need these. The contempt letter will only be on the tablet, and I will not be able to print and include. Before this starts, send anything, everything you can or want to my P.O. box. But after April 19th, everything will be sent. Smart Communications, Orange County Department of Corrections, attention. Sarah Boone, Seminole, Florida, After May 6th, anything sent to my old address will be returned to sender. You can also go online and set up a free account to check status of what you've mailed at www.mailguardtracker.com. This whole thing is so depressing and makes me mad. It's just another reason for OCCD to be even lazier, and they don't realize what it means for us inmates to even receive mail. It's a highlight in many ways for us and gives us something to look forward to. They do not care. I hope you do and will send. Remember, it's 5 pictures per envelope. It will be the last time I'm able to have anything. Please understand. Please respond so I know you received my message and what to plan on. It's just another major ugh. This isn't forever.
Life in the Department of Corrections.
Sigh. Love you. Thank you. Okay, yeah. The date keeps moving. Now it's April 19th. I thought it was May. So you're saying, what? I'm guessing you're saying right now you can receive your address at the current address, and then April 19th, it'll be a new address. And then after May 6th, you won't be able to receive them, even though you said it was New Year's on January 1st is when this originally was supposed to be uploaded and no more physical copies. So again, I think you're just trying to exploit and create urgency. Send me pictures, send me pictures, send me pictures.
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
It's going to be the next thing. And again, you're all capsing, yelling at him, Send me pictures that you've been saying for over a year now. He doesn't want to send you pictures because he probably knows what happens with them in jail. I am more than convinced now. There's no way 5 per envelope and you want multiple envelopes, you're going to fit 10, 20 plus pictures in your Bible. And then what happens if someone takes it? Then you have a whole hissy fit, this and that. I don't have an issue with you wanting a picture of your mom, dad, whoever. Philip can choose whether he wants to send you one or not. But apparently he already has, because you mentioned in the past that the girls, like you and see how, supportive and this and that you are. And again, all of this is just a preference. It's because you would prefer physical copies, not that you wouldn't be able to see them whatsoever. And then they shred them afterwards. It's just them being lazier. I mean, it still is security purposes. I think that's a bit much, but it makes sense if people can, hide messages, slip things and little letters here and there. I mean, what was it? There's one case where someone like wrote the message and it was like the writing was laced with drugs or something like that. So people find the most creative ways to get things through. That's why everything gets scanned, which is why you didn't get a Valentine's Day from your son even if he did send one, if it's too homemade and it has, certain glues, certain glitters, certain any kind of materials that are banned, then it gets tossed, shredded, whatever. And then she wants you to set up a free account so that you can track it to make sure she gets it. It's just the 5 per envelope is wild to me. I feel like asking for 5 pictures in itself is a lot, but saying per envelope means I need, require, and expect more than 5. Moving on. Is this the same day? Yes, minutes later, 20 minutes later, spending another dollar, more money that she's going to blame Brian for. 4/13/24, 8:24 p.m. to brother, package, etc. Hi again. I forgot to tell you, if when you want to send the Delicious Delights package, I can receive now. I waited a whole other week to make sure nothing was glitching or wrong with my account like last time. Which, just to cut in, there was nothing wrong with her account originally. It was she had reached her limit for the amount of gifts and packages she could receive in that given time. So she's like, I waited even a week longer. It's because you're receiving packages from people you aren't disclosing and you maxed out your limit to where when your dry bagging actually worked with your brother, he tried to order it for you, you couldn't. So you did wait an extra week to make sure that that time could reset and now he could buy you a new package. Just had to say that. I can't thank you enough. This also is the second week Brian has withheld. Send me money, send me money, send me money. Giving me money to buy commissary. I need thermals so bad for it being so effing freezing in here. I'm just sitting here literally shivering, doing my best to stay positive and keep going. The days are getting heavier and more arduous. Thank you beyond measure. Also, have you come to a conclusion for my bond to use your address so I can update my attorney? I had my status hearing on Friday, if you didn't already know by seeing me all over the news, with nothing new to report as usual. I told her I was waiting to hear from you. Do you want her phone number or am I able to give her yours? Remember, she's a viper. Don't let her deter you, please. You're stronger than that. And know me when I tell you something. It's true and from experience. She's been doing this fucking job for 40 years. You're going to say, I know from experience. You think she hasn't dealt with countless murderers like you? She has. She's a viper. Don't let her deter you, please. Meaning, don't believe her when she tells you what you are actually required to do. Child, no. Remember, too, I'm still trying to figure out who she really works for, as it doesn't seem to be for me. If you only knew. Please let me know. I'm trying to get whatever, quote, life I have in here together, and I'm waiting to hear from you. This is important to me. Actually, it all is. Please understand. See it from my perspective and what you would do and how you'd feel if in my slides. I'm grateful and I love you. Thank you always. All right, Philip, we have abandoned the no matter what. She's not saying help me no matter your decision. She's saying help me now. See it from my position. I'm poor. I'm this. All my family's dead. If your whole family's dead, that would mean his whole family's dead. But you want him to feel bad. No. And we're back to the thermals. I'm freezing. Well, you had that money. You decided to buy stamps. And of course, we have to circle back to the delicious delights. That's why she said it's so important to me. All of it is. All of it is important to you all the time. Every little minute request you have is the most important thing imaginable to you. That's why no one wants to get you shit, because it's never enough. Because even if I get you this one thing, all these other things are just as equally important, and you will ask and beg and complain why I didn't get those as well. And you're dry begging again. Brian withheld money again, and I need thermals. Hint, hint.
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
Give me money, delicious delights, and your address. And also, don't listen to what my lawyer says. Just give her her address and tell her she's a viper and doesn't know what she's doing. I'm still trying to figure out who she works for. She works not for you, she works with you. You're not paying her. If you paid her, then she works for you. You have been assigned her. She is getting paid. She works for the state of Florida and is getting paid through them to litigate your case. If you were the one paying her, you could have all these opinions. You could be bowdy. You can say this, you could say that. If you are not cutting the check, you need to be silent.
Ew! Nobody cares. Like, learn to speak when spoken to.
But you're stronger than that. Don't let her deter you, please. See, it's so effing manipulative. It's because she knows. She knows. I just got a phone call mid-monologue. I don't even know where I was. Okay, but future false start. Y'all don't know how many times I accidentally say my real name in these videos and then I have to go back and edit it out. So here we go. Future me. Here to circle back and just add that, like just finish that sentence. But it basically is, it's so manipulative because she knows what the true answer is. She knows she's in the wrong and that Miss Cashman Esquire is going to tell him the truth and then it's going to dissuade him. And she's saying, don't let that deter you. If you let it deter you, it's because you're too weak and you let her control you and you're brainwashed and this and that. And I can't believe that you would listen to her. Don't listen to her. Don't listen to anything she says. Only listen to me. And she says, get out your riot gear. Like, why does everything have to be so confrontational with her? It was the same thing she said when she was denying mediation. She said, I still wanted mediation, but I just didn't want to respond to Brian's lawyers in an appropriate way, and I wanted to make him do things for me. So he said, skirt, no more mediation. And in her angry response to that, saying, I just needed these important questions answered so I could choose the right armor going into mediation. I am trying to alleviate any additional difficulties and am constantly coming up with solutions in everything to work with former husband to complete this process in a positive, fair, and accurate manner. How can this be done now the mediation has been dispensed? Both parties could have figured something out instead of just canceling completely. Former husband could have explained his intentions to help understand my circumstances better in being unable to choose a date for mediation 4 months in advance on top of my cancer, on top of my trial. I simply asked for former husband and his attorney and yourself, Your Honor, to provide information so I could choose, even if the date had to be changed. I, the other party, was bypassed and ignored completely. Mr. Martell, I am in receipt of your letter requesting a date to be set for former husband's petition to modify, but have a few concerns and questions before doing so. First, I would like to make it known I have been diagnosed with cancer. As said in my previous letter, no one has a crystal ball. I do not know 4 months in advance my location or status, making it impossible to determine the best date to choose from which you have proposed. That being said, my questions are as follows. Those weren't the concerns. 1. What are the requirements under Florida law stating a mediation needs to be scheduled for the petition to modify? 2. Please provide copies of all documents to be discussed. 3. Please send contact information, location, and credentials of the selected mediator, and how was she selected? 6. Is there going to be an agenda? 7. What if selected date has to be changed due to unforeseen complications or circumstances? Will I be penalized? Rescheduled? 8. Is the point of this mediation to try to force me into signing or agreeing to the only terms available presented by former husband? 9. What if I do not agree? As said, I do not know what date is best for me considering my current situations and now health complications. By answering and explaining further the aforementioned concerns and questions will most definitely assist in my decision making. Your expedited response is greatly appreciated, as well as providing all requested documents and information. Thank you in advance for your assistance, patience, and cooperation. This mediation is all I have to be rightfully heard and utilize my rights as a mother and human being. I attempted to be professional and correspond with everyone. I explained my situation and simply asked for some important documents to better prepare, as this would probably be my only opportunity to make myself count in all of this. My requests and questions were all an attempt to choose a date and schedule this much needed, very important mediation. What are the requirements under Florida law stating a mediation needs to be scheduled for the petition to modify? I simply asked for paperwork to review, as I do not have any and am being accused by former husband of being difficult and uncooperative by not signing documents I've never seen or knew existed until being served with a summons notifying me of his means to take all I have left other than the marrow from my bones. Please understand, I never said no or that I was not going to schedule. I want to be at my best possible with all information for my review beforehand, as would former husband be and his attorney, but not myself, unless I request it. Why am I being penalized for wanting to be prepared? Why was no explanation or reason given or discussed for canceling the mediation? How would I have known any of this if not found and read by my son? Completely unfair and wrong. I am being penalized for doing everything I am supposed to be doing, and for my attempts to show my heartfelt desire and determination to be a part of this, to rightfully be the other party. If I have to go through this too on top of everything else I will and am, it should not be held against me to correspond, make my basic requests, and ask questions, to choose the correct armor of choice for this mediation and ongoing battle so I can confidently explain myself and fight for my rights, and to be the mother I am and will always be. I'm like, if you're planning on going into mediation with armor and battle rhetoric and like offensiveness, like on the offense, you're not there to actually mediate, which is making peace, coming together. Everything is such a battle with you. It's a battle with the lawyer, battle with the judge, battle with everything, battle with your own evidence, battling against your phone. When you could just try, as you say with Brian, to cooperate, to work together. But no, you rather walk out. But yeah, and now I'm seeing the subject line is package, etc. Yeah, etc. because there's a lot. Ugh. Okay, now 4:14. This is the next day. Finally getting back to Brian. I wish not. But she gave you 2 weeks. 4:14, 24, 2:54 p.m. to Brian. Please stop lying After waiting for 2 weeks more for the food package and hymnal you told me you ordered, nothing has come. Why? I know for a fact I was in the negative, so I don't know how you could have when you originally told me weeks ago you did. I thought you would
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
add commissary on Wednesday and then order, but you did not do either. Add or
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
order. Why do you keep lying, Brian? Why won't you just
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
order so I don't have to keep asking? It is very disturbing you keep lying and have me call or write or try and communicate with you about these simple tasks you are actively deciding not to do. Please order $6 hymnal. Please order Delicious Delight food package. Please
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
add commissary funds on Wednesday. Please cooperate 150 miles later. What? Time and distance are the same now. Okay. Um, so now you want both of them to send you Delicious Delights. Didn't we just go through that you can't receive all this? And I know you're doing it because you know you're not going to get it from either. But at least you gave him a 2 week break. Probably you didn't. You probably just called him. It is very disturbing. You keep lying. Do you want to know what is very disturbing, Sarah Catherine Boone Paulsen?
Excuse me. You're eating my cupcake.
I don't want a cupcake.
The fact that you keep berating and calling him for the same exact things, like you are mentally unwell, unstable, and cannot comprehend the English language or nonverbal cues, which all tell you to fuck off. And if you knew that you were in the negative, so he could not have ordered when you say that he told you ordered, that's on you for being a fool. That's on you.
That's on you. It's on you.
Well, I thought you were going to add on Wednesday in order. Why would you think that if to this day he has not followed that pattern model whatsoever? I still have an issue with this. Why do you keep lying? It's because you don't accept the truth. How does he get people off the phone? And I have people that I've dealt with and, talked with in my life who have this trait of being so non-confrontational that they will lie about everything to get an argument to stop. They will say whatever you need to hear. They will say whatever this needs to happen just so the argument can stop. They can find some relief and get away. Then they end up having to deal with consequences later when the lie comes out, and it's like, okay, but it was under a distressing situation, and now you can deal with it later, yada, yada, yada. You have to understand the context in which you received your positive answer. Did you get an enthusiastic, yes, I'm going to do this? Or did you berate, yell, stalk, insult, and harass until he finally said yes? If you did those things, you can't believe that yes is valid. And if you do, you are a fool. And I'm glad he got 150 miles away. It's not like you were driving out there to visit. And from what we hear, it doesn't seem like he was driving in to see you in person. I don't know if they did do physical visits. I'm sure he did at some point. But he might not even be able to. All right, 4:14, 3:05 p.m. Literally like 10 minutes later, little over 11 minutes later. To Brian, Easter video visit passed. It is extremely despicable of you to not respond to any of my messages regarding my long anticipated Christmas video visit with my son. Would you have told me I had a scheduled video visit finally in a response or any time I called asking for my $6 hymnal, food package, or commissary? I would not have missed it. I bet, though, it made your day. Another miss out with my son and hindrance by and from you. Don't think it will go unnoticed with the judge or our son. Encourage my son's relationship with his mother, not discourage which you go the extra mile, effort, cost, anything to make sure it stays disconnected. Good job, quote, father. It'll come back and bite you one day, so enjoy your fake camaraderie while you can. Encourage 150 miles later. What does that mean? Miles later. Later as in time? Miles as in distance? Distance over time? What is that? I feel like that's an equation. Oh, velocity. That's right. It is the equation to velocity, time over distance. And this $6 hymnal. Hymnal, hymnal, hymnal. Are you singing around the dorm? Like, why do you need this hymnal so bad? Is there a church choir? What are you doing with these? Are you just trying to sing the songs? You don't know them already? Someone should have gone to church and paid attention. I'm not.
She's not a Christian!
But no, this hymnal, I'm so over it. If it was a Bible, cool. I can buy that, sure. Religious text, not just the songs. Because if I heard you singing a hymn in that dorm, someone's getting hemmed up right there.
She's tampering in dark-sided stuff! Yes, yes, she did!
Encourage, not to discourage, which you go the extra mile, effort, and cost to. What does that mean? Like, give me specifics. She always says this is the active decision. You are choosing to ruin my relationship with my son by not doing the active decisions of forcing him to communicate with me. You are supposed to force him to have his phone on and charged with him so that anytime his murderer mother rings his phone, you need to look at him and say, answer the phone and love your mother. Or else you're a terrible son and I'm a terrible ex husband. As if I give a F about what my ex thinks about me. Although I will be fair, I will try to be fair to her. If he scheduled a video visit and never told her, that's some nasty work there. But I don't blame him. She's on that tablet 24/7. They get notifications through those tablets of if they have video visits. So what that tells me is she woke up late, finally looked at the tablet, and then realized, oh no, I missed this video visit. It is glued to your hand, so maybe he just assumed you would have seen. Just like you assume he would see your messages, and within 5 to 10 minutes, you're messaging him again, and within hours, you're messaging him again because he hadn't responded. So it makes sense to me for him to assume that you would get the notification. And if you happen not to show up, then look at that. No one's day is ruined. Well, your day, but no free person's day is ruined. And yes, is that a petty move? Sure, but if you weren't constantly abusing him in these messages, he wouldn't do stuff like that. But you insulting him in literally every message that are thousands of characters long, asking the same exact requests, why on earth would I want you to have anything genuine? Really? I'm doing, and he's mentioned it on phone calls, and you've mentioned that he's mentioned it, of he's only doing what the court is ordering him to. As he should, as an ex-husband. You think that y'all are married because you tried to, erase George from your memory after you killed him. So in your mind, you're back to being married, and he should just be doing all this stuff because he should have been doing it for you if you were married. Not realizing once you're divorced, all that emotional connection, depending on how the divorce went, is gone. It's not required whatsoever. It may be there for some cases or a lot of cases, but not in this case. And it is not required for him to emotionally support your needs. And maybe if you were just nicer in general, one of the guards would have reminded you or something. I don't know. And again, just the lack of self-awareness. Anytime you try to insult someone else, pull any kind of moral superiority, anything, it's despicable. I'm just going to fill it in of you to not let George out of the suitcase. And she also doesn't realize that even if she did open the suitcase, depending on how injured he already was, she also had the obligation to get him out of the suitcase. That's why it's never flown for me I left the two little fingers in there. I unzipped it with one finger because I'm genius, mighty mom, super strength. I can do all things through God. He helped me just open it with one finger. Why couldn't he do it? We don't know how injured he truly was, how discombobulated he was, all the effort it took to him even to just beg you. And even if you did unzip it and walked away, if he was incapacitated, could not move, he would have died from compression in that stress position, basically. You had the opportunity, means, and obligation to help him any way possible. And you took you took the extra effort to walk up each and every single stair in your townhome that you no longer have. And you took the extra effort to ignore George begging, pleading, calling your name. Now, I wonder if it's Brian's intention to do that subconsciously or at any level to be like, you ignored everyone when they're begging. Why does anyone care when you're begging? You can beg, scream all day, all night on these tablets. Your life is not at risk. And that's where we are right now. We're not at, I'm in a bad situation. Again, this isn't the Karen Reed trial where there's so much evidence in your favor. All the evidence is against you, and you provided it. You admitted it. You did all of these things. And you're shocked that people are treating you like the person who committed the actions you admitted to doing. And then just again, the abuse, don't think it will go unnoticed with the judge. And it's funny to hear how many times she's threatened him in these, how many times she's threatened the lawyers in her other letters that she begs Brian for money to be able to send. And every time the judge doesn't give a flying fuck about any of it. And they never get in trouble. The judge never says, Sarah is completely right. How dare you treat her like this? This will not go unnoticed from me, and I'm putting you on notice. You act correctly or else. That's what she even did with Miss Cashman and pretend judge. I swear, pretend judge would have sent me to the grave and jail. Okay, but this one is arrow underline. I think Tanika did this, so I'm guessing this is important. 4/14/24, 11:02 p.m. to, oh no, from brother responding, hey, I will do my best to send a letter out with pics tomorrow and I will let you know. Have her call me, please, before I allow use of address. I will look at the food tomorrow as well. I love you and keep your head up and know I'm here. See, he's trying so hard. We want to commend you, Philip. You know, I hope you're secretly not a bad person either, but from what we're seeing, you are trying. And obviously, it's a sibling connection. Even when stuff like this happens, it's not uncommon for siblings to still be there and support in some way. And also, like, he's heard from only her side. So I'm sure she is boohoo cried. He beat me nonstop. I was always living in fear, this and that. I don't know if he believes her, but I believe that he probably didn't like George because of that, or at least might feel a soft spot for Sarah if he believed that she actually went through those things. Now, after the trial, I would be fascinated to know how he responded after she was convicted and after he saw the evidence. Because there's no way he wasn't at the courthouse, good, but there's no way he didn't watch his sister lie day after day after day, say the most horrific things about her victim, his family, friends, social media, the world, the judge, the lawyers, literally anyone else with a heartbeat who didn't bow down to her. But you're still letting her know I'm here. Next day, 4/15/24, 10:04 a.m. To brother. Thank you, Philip. Please, please do your best to send out the letter as once it's on the tablet, I cannot access without a court order and can't take the tablet with me to court. He just told you he's going to. What is wrong with you? I know you told me just to do it, but I'm going to remind you, please make sure you do it. Plus, I really want to physically have your pictures above everyone else's to put in my Bible. Just take 20 minutes, print some out, and reprint your letter to stick in the mailbox or run to the post office. If you can send expedited for a few dollars more, I'm excited to see you any way I can. So you want him to spend more money on top of giving you money, on top of getting you things, on top of buying you things, on top of photocopying and sending you more mail and things. After this, if you send me pictures, they can only be uploaded to these ridiculous tablets, and the cost is $1 each. So imagine how expensive that will be. And I do not want you or mom uploaded. Bible only. Remember, it's 5 pics per envelope. Why are you repeating the same message you've already sent? And you're saying it's $1 each. Yeah, to view, but it's not $1 to view every single time. I don't think. I'm imagining once it's sent, it's just uploaded to your account that you can activate whenever you have the tablets. And from these messages, you have a tablet in your hand almost 24/7. But you want to put it in your Bible, so everyone else needs to run to the post office, expedite for just a few more dollars. And a few more dollars can be anywhere from $12 to $20 if you want to overnight it. Okay, sorry, I keep stopping. And I don't want you or mom uploaded. Bible only. Remember, it's 5 pics per envelope. When I talk to my attorney next, which I don't know when it'll be, I'll give her your number and tell her you're waiting for her call. Do not let her deter you. She'll tell you a million and one reasons why not. She doesn't want to do the work. Again, and do not tell her this, we both know I can't pay, nor am I going to try. It's a principle and right I very much want to take advantage of while I still can, so I can say I either tried or succeeded in something in this debacle of a case everything has turned into 4 years and counting. I've had no success in anything. And if this is something I have to do on my own, like I do everything else, then God help me do it. One of her reasons not to do this, she's going to tell you, is because, quote, someone's going to say something negative. What the fuck? Are you serious? What hasn't been already said negative and false and hateful and ignorantly? What hasn't been released to the internet before I even see to properly defend myself against all the ignorance? Remember, Philip, help sharpen my sword. She's vicious and derogatory and seemingly not working for me. Just be prepared to overspeak her and just give her your address if that's the decision you've made. Simply just your address. If one of my many, quote, fans decides to set up a GoFundMe page, is so be it. If I don't even get the bond to even hope someone makes an attempt or pay, so be it. Quote, you cannot buy the revolution. You cannot make the revolution. You can only be the revolution. It is in your spirit or it is nowhere. Ursula K. Minguin? Uh, Writer, I wish you would tell me in advance your decision rather than embarrassingly have to be told by Trish. You call her Trish? She's not going to promote. She's going to hinder, sharpen, not dull or hide. For the delicious delights, thank you. Let me know what it says, please, so I can make sure my account isn't still screwy. I'm just still here waiting for everything, everything, everything. God must truly believe in me as much as I do him. Many times I wonder what his point is in having me go through so much persecution, struggle, difficulty for everything, everything, everything. His will, not mine. Hard stop. It was your will to murder someone, not his will. I promise you, if you believed in God the way you said he does, he did not tell you, hey, please murder my child. Please ignore my child's pleas and cries for help while you laugh and film. Please walk away from my child while he begs you and says, calls you babe, tells you he's serious. Please ignore my child. Not you leaving him there, not you going through this because this is his will. It was not his will for you to have to go through this, but you did it yourself. Because you have free will, you must suffer freely the consequences of those actions. It's just so mind boggling to me, all the people, places, and things she places blame on. It's not me that did this, it's George. It's not me that did this, it's Brian. It's my son. It's my brother. It's Trish. It's my lawyer. It's the judge. It's my dorm mates. It's the guards. It's God. Everyone is doing this to me. I don't know why or what I have to do to finally get a break. Open the fucking suitcase. Build a time machine and open the suitcase. If you can't do that, then you have to deal with this. Oof, she makes me so mad with this because she's acting like she doesn't know. She's acting like she doesn't know and she wants you to act like you don't know. And if you bring up, hey, how's George feeling? We could ask him why you don't have a bond. We can ask him why you feel bad, why you feel persecuted, and just more manipulation. She's trying to convince her, don't listen to anything she has to say. Same thing she said to the police when she was telling them, hey, no matter what George says, no matter what he says, tell him to eat a dick because he's going to try to tell you that I beat on him and it's not me, it's him.
Look, can I tell you something before you call him whatever? I've been arrested before because I fought back. Look, I did my best. I did my best. So whatever he has or whatever it is, it's not me. Did he hit you with any, like an object or anything? No. He threatens me with a bat. Can I get up? This one. I didn't tell him that. Okay. Have a good day. Okay, that's good enough. I know. Thank you. Okay. I love it. Okay. Have a good day. Like, and whatever the fuck he says, tell him to eat a dick.
So no matter what he says, he is the liar. No matter what Trish says, that's Patricia Cashman Esquire to you. Put some respect on her name. But it's her who's lying. She gains nothing from lying about you. She only has things to gain if she does a good job in your case. She does not work for you, and she's mad. And this is another thing about lawyers in general. People understand this. Your lawyer does not have to do what you say. When it comes to trial strategy, there are things that they do have to listen to you for and get your consent for. But when it comes to trial strategy and things that are happening, they don't have to do what you say, especially when you say, show me my discovery. The defense has the discovery. Unless you want to defend yourself, you don't need to see it all. You're not going to get up there and question any of these other witnesses. I mean, you almost had to when you went pro se. You got all the discovery you wanted. That's the only way you personally would have gotten it. And you got every single thing you wanted, including a life sentence. You're going to say you didn't want it, but you absolutely did with your actions. Do you think God wanted you to get up there and say all those things about the Torres family like you did?
To forgive the Torres family, his mother and father foremost, also his 2 ex-wives and daughters, all for knowing who George was capable of and has done in the past, his history of violence and where he learned it, then to keep turning a blind eye when I would ask for help. All of his siblings, including Farrell Torres, for everyone who knew what George was doing to me, sometimes how and when, but allowed and enabled.
Do you think God wanted you to get up there and insult every single person?
Another great contributor of my gold is social media, with its greed, insensitivity, deception, obvious exploitation, and advantageous gain from my criminal case as a whole, and for sentencing me by anticipation as a result of ignorance and hate, conjured and fabricated by the organized crime that is social media, which condemned me in the court of global public opinion since the beginning.
Look, y'all, it's our turn. We are Act 3. We are also responsible for her killing her boyfriend. To spit on George's grave?
My goal begins with George Torres, and every time he slapped me, kicked, punched, spit on, raped, stabbed, choked, laughed at, pushed, pulled, dragged, whipped, tripped, stole from, lied, terrorized, threatened, humiliated, forced, degraded, made me cry.
For fuck's sake, are you kidding? Oh my gosh. And still ask for pity and mercy? Was that his will too? Right. Ooh, okay, I need to take a break. No.
It's not easy for me to admit that I've been standing in the same place for 18 years. Well, I've been standing with you.
4/18/24, 1:44 p.m. To brother. Remember me? I pray you are all right and loving life with not hearing from you. Just trying to get some to-dos off my list, and I hate having to keep bothering you. So what's the scoop? Did you get your letter and pictures out? I've not gotten anything yet, but hopefully today. Did you decide what to do about my bond needing your address? I've not spoken to my attorney and am waiting so I can give her your number. I wish you would tell me in advance, Philip, what you're deciding, please. She's going to immensely delight in telling me bad news, and I'm not telling you anything she's not going to. I'm just looking at it as my right, which I believe in and should be able to take advantage of. If I can pay it or not, I, not you, or God, however he may decide. If you give me your address, that's it. I just need your address, please. Did you order the package yet? If it's possible and you haven't yet, Brian hasn't given me commissary funds for ongoing 3 weeks now, and I really need thermals and socks. He gloated about his 2K plane tickets he bought for their cruise to Alaska next month. That hurt. Are you able to
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
add to my commissary account instead? I'd rather be warm than full. I only eat maybe one time a day anyway, and any food I do get, I stretch for weeks. Coffee is a different story and is what keeps me going, working on everything. Motivation in a cup. I'll figure that out later. Just let me know what's going on when you can. You don't answer your phone, so I'm hoping to double my chances of finding out what I need to sooner than later. Love you in the meantime and always. This isn't forever. Thank you, no matter. Again, another lie. Not thank you, no matter. She even says, when/if you give me your address. She's putting the if in there to just give you a way out, but she means when, which is why she put it first. And she wants you to tell her before you talk to Miss Patricia Cashman, Esquire. So again, this is not like a need she has. These are wants. She's not saying she's not going to figure out the answer. She just wants to know the answer before Cashman tells her. Everyone has already told you no, use the context clues, but you're going to keep dry begging until he says yes, so that you can go to her face and smirk and say, I already talked to my brother. Go in there assuming he's going to say no and then hope for the best. So what's the scoop? I don't know unless I answer. Da-da-ba-da-da. And then again, the more dry begging. I can't stand this. Ask for what you want to ask for. Stop pretending you don't want it. Can you please just get me the package and add to my commissary? I need commissary. I'm so freezing cold. I don't need food. I barely eat as it is. I mean, in any of the food I do get, as if I would get it from a package or something, I stretch for weeks, but that's okay. I don't need food. I don't need to eat. I don't need food at all to survive. I just need thermals, coffee, and God. You only eat once a day because of your choice. They offer you 3 meals a day. The fact that you do not eat them is a you thing. And I get it. Prison food is not good. It's not the same every day. At least try to eat stuff, or at least just eat the sides or anything that's edible. But no, you are like, I'm just going to skip the meal entirely because it is so insulting to me to even conceive of that. So I'd rather starve and beg everyone else for delicious delights so I can get my sugar fix instead of the protein pack, which could have actually supplemented the protein that I miss from the meals I tell you I don't eat. But whatever, she didn't want that. And then she's mad because we've heard her talk about it with Brian, the 2K plane tickets. I'm glad y'all are going to a cruise in Alaska. That is so cool. I know Alaska technically exists, but until I see it myself, it's just a myth. But that hurt. Why did it hurt? It hurt because they spent $2,000 not on you. Any regular parent would be excited for their child to have experiences, but she's not. She's only excited for her child to have experiences that she gives him. So she wants him, she would choose this. She would rather him open the little fucking fish soap from Christmas in front of her than him have a once in a lifetime experience going on a cruise in Alaska. Because that's how she is. So, of course, that hurt. And again, it would be one thing if you were actually nice to them and that you politely, pleasantly asked for them without condescending, without dry begging, without insulting, and then he still ignored, and spent on everything, then, that could hurt your feelings. But you demanding everything as though you're entitled to it, and then you're entitled to all the information about their life, and then you're entitled for him to tell you every little thing about your son. You're not entitled to that, fun fact. If you're on the outside, you can, make that argument. You're not. And the I hate to having to keep bothering. No, you don't. You don't hate that at all because even if he gave you the address, you would be contacting him for something else. Saying, I just gave her the address, so keep out on the lookout because she's going to contact you with next steps and da 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 da. Ugh. What's the most annoying about all this is how dumb she really is. This is not how a bond works. Getting just some random person's address. If that's it, why not just Google an address? Any random address and say, yeah, that's where I'm going to be. And she said in the past, like, they need to know the address because in case they need to reach me for any kind of reason. And she made it sound like it was, something that may happen in an emergency. No, they are going to reach out to make sure you are where you say you are and to make sure you are following all of the rules. So you are not asking for just his address. And he's told you his worries about giving the address, and you say, I don't care about your worries. I know I'm not going to get this bond, but it's my right, which I believe I should be allowed to take advantage of, even if it ruins your life, even if it puts you at risk in any way. I don't care. I know I'm not getting it, but me, I deserve it. I need to show everyone, look, I can accomplish a bond. You realize the uproar that would happen if a second-degree depraved heart murderer got released on bond after running that mouth and saying all this and all that to the judges? Even if you got the address, even if you got the bond hearing, you would be 100% denied. To get a new decision on a bond hearing, you need to have new evidence. You need to have new things that require or change the circumstances in which you were originally denied bail. If you were denied bail and then you had all this evidence that came out that this was actually nonviolent and that there's misconceptions and that even though you're going to trial, a lot of evidence shows that things are different. You do have a support system. You have somewhere to go. You have someone that we know we can contact to reach to get in contact with you, and you're not a danger to the public. None of these things apply to you. You are absolutely a danger to the public. The amount of people you claw, push, scratch, kill, no. And there's not a single judge in the entire state of Florida that would ever give you a bond given the facts of your case. Not one. At least not one that would keep their job. All right, but we have to move on. Okay. 4:20, 8:45 a.m. from brother. Hold on. When did she last message? Okay, so 2 days later. For 2024, 8:45 a.m. from brother. Hey there, sorry, I have VA appointments and have other issues going on regarding finances. I will be going back to Iraq most likely in June. I'll write more later Sunday. I love you and keep your head up. For 2024, 9:04 a.m. So 15, almost 20 minutes later. Also, they do not have delicious delights on the website anymore. What other one do you want? Oh, happy day. This is glorious. This is delicious. It is so delicious that delicious delights are no longer on the website. And yet again, you missed out on another unique package that you begged for. Begged for. And I'm glad that you got other packages that you did not beg for as much as the delicious delights. Oh, I'm so glad you saw other girls have it, and I'm so glad you don't. With the way that you ungratefully ask for it, you don't deserve a single delight. For 2024, 10:45 a.m. So, hour 44 minutes later. You're still having problems with the VA? Ugh, I'm sorry. I tried to call so I can find out more, but you are busy most of the time and can't answer. I've had you in my daily thoughts and been praying for you and your health and for direction. I hate to hear you're deploying again. For how long? Is it definite you are leaving? What's Kayla say? Super sigh. I'll try again to call, so keep an ear out. Are you okay? Just as you tell me, keep your head up, all the way up, and keep going. It will all get sorted out the way it's supposed to by him. Trust and find peace. Trust. As much as I would like a package, they are fun to receive, and I very much need coffee. If it's easier to just
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
add to my commissary, do that, as Brian hasn't added anything for ongoing 3 weeks. I'm almost in the negative for you to order anyway. Almost. If it's not too much of a hassle, order a small package, then add what you are able to commissary. Here's a few options for however you want and can do. I love you and thank you. Either way, no matter, forever. Keep it kosher is small. $30? That's small? How much are the big ones? With a little bit of everything, include coffee, I think. They still have Jumping Java, which is all coffee and sweets, $30. A new package, Perfect Picnic, has a bit of everything, including coffee, but is $50. Whatever, however, I am grateful. Just let me know what you decided to do, or if you have any questions. You are wonderful, truly. Stay positive and look at the bigger picture of everything, outside the box, just like I live outside these immeasurable walls. Deep breath. I miss you. Thank you, Philip. Am I still okay to give attorney your phone number? Of course, of course, of course. No, don't worry, I don't need the package. Instead of the package, can you just give me commissary? But also, you can give me a small package, keep it kosher, okay? Keep it kosher and give me this $30 package. It's just a small one. Has a little bit of everything, including coffee. It seems like every single one of these packages have coffee in it. So you are just going through coffee like it's no one's business. Make it stretch, okay? If it's that big of a deal that you are constantly begging for it and then asking for Jumping Java again, which we now know is coffee and sweets, which has always been what she's wanted. I have a huge sweet tooth myself, so I'm not like, I give no shame there. However, it's in the balance of everything. When this is all you're asking for and you're still telling them I'm starving, sweets aren't going to make you stop starving. They're going to make you hungrier. That's how that works. And they have a new package, Perfect Picnic, but that's $50, which I imagine is probably the same as a bigger package. So get me a small package, but also you could get me a big package and commissary. Stay positive. You stay positive, brother, even though you're about to go back to Iraq war, even though you're about to go back to a war zone in Iraq, most likely in June. Right now, it is April, May, June. So in 2 months. And exactly, this is why you're actually concerned, not because he's going back. You say it right here of like, I hate that you're deploying again. For how long? Is it definite that you're leaving? Not because she cares about if you're going. It's because where am I going to go if I get a bond? If you're deployed and not there, then I can't use your address anyway. So how does this help me at all? I mean, sorry, I hope you don't have to go. That would be very sad. Da, ba, da, da, da. It's always got to center back to her. Super sigh. What's Kayla say? Who cares what Kayla say? If that's his partner, then they talk about it. Her opinion given to you doesn't matter. And then something tells me that if you're not in his life and the Paulsens haven't been in his life, that she probably doesn't hold a high opinion of the Paulsens, you specifically. So I imagine she does not want him to just tell you all of her thoughts, which is why he has given you absolutely none of her thoughts. And then, of course, to wrap it up, don't forget, even though I'm saying it's going to get your head up, it's going to be great, everything's going to be great, just remember, I'm doing it here because I live outside these immeasurable walls. They're actually very measurable. You can find the dimensions online and everything. Deep breath. You need to say that to yourself every time you message Brian, Philip, or your son about anything. Deep breath, because all the capsing all the time is childish and ridiculous. And you think you're justified. It never is. Like literally never. Now, if you caps just like the keep it kosher jumping Java, you still don't need to caps the whole thing. You're only capsing it because you think they're stupid and that they need to, there's no way they will know it unless you caps it. Put it in quotes. Who cares? But no. Bam, bam, bam. Big, big, big. Okay, moving on. Christina, Christina, Christina.
Christina!
A lot of messages. I wish I cared, but I just don't. She testified at trial, or at sentencing, didn't help. So
Christina's gone.
4/21/24, 10:17 a.m. Next day, from brother, I got you jumping Java and added $50 to your account. Love you. There we go. Again, I'm such a fan at how Philip handles her in these messages because she writes all this, all that. It's all fake all the time. We get that. And saying, I need this, I need that. What is this? What is that? You're worrying me. Remember, keep your head up. This and that. Da, da, da. He knows that's all bull because it's all surrounding you. So he gets you again. He only cuts to what you are actually asking for. And I respect that a lot. I got you jumping Java and added $50 to your account because that's what you were asking for. You were asking for commissary and a small package. All of that uh, under the hidden guise of concern about anything to do with him. And the only concern you actually had was if he's going to be deployed, and if so, if it is guaranteed and for how long. Which on their own are not crazy questions to ask someone who's about to be deployed, but given we know who she is and why she's asking it, just annoying. Anyway, 4/22/24, 2:38 p.m. To brother. Hi. Hi again, my lovely brother. I just wanted to let you know the coffee didn't come today, but the commissary funds have been added. He ordered this yesterday. What are you talking about? He said I ordered Jumping Java and put $50 in your account yesterday. When have you ever gotten a package in one day? Never. You get the commissary funds ad because that's added online. The jumping Java order has to go in, processed, delivered. Like, it didn't come today. Not even the thank you. Like, where's the thank you? I guess my lovely brother is thank you. But the coffee didn't come today, but the commissary funds have been added. Check the order for the coffee when you can to make sure it's processing. If so, I'll get it next Monday. As you know you will. Why wouldn't you get it next Monday if he ordered it yesterday? Amazon doesn't even do one-day delivery, not for prisoners. But where's the thank you? Thank you, Philip. Okay, there it is. But the thank you, Philip, isn't for the coffee and the funds. It's for the please let me know. Go check to make sure it's processing. Thank you, Philip. With every fiber of my being and all my heart, thank you. Also, my attorney finally contacted me today, and I gave her your name and phone number. I told her also you may be deploying, unknown date, and to reach out as soon as she has a moment. I told her also not deter you. She asked me if you were posting the bond. I told her no. She asked me who would be, and I told her not you, as I'm simply utilizing your address for a bond that will never be paid unless loyal, quote, fans set up GoFundMe pages. I told her to tell the judge that if necessary, I don't know how I'm going to pay. Paying is not the point. Me getting to use my right to have a bond is. She shook her head and said, okay. Keep an ear out for her call, please. Her number for caller ID purposes is Bodapa. Let me know when she calls, please. I'll know then how to proceed going forward and add to my list of things I need to talk to her about. Know that I love you. I hope your day is going wonderful just as you are. Keep me posted. Keep smiling. Ugh. Every day they don't hear from you, I bet it's the day they smile a little harder. But yeah, like I've said countless times, Philip is never enough. Get the coffee, put the commissary in. Okay, the commissary fund's added, but I still didn't get the coffee. Has it even been 24 hours? Uh, yeah. It has been 28 hours since he sent you that message, and you thought coffee should have already been in, at least enough to the point where you bring it up and tell him to make sure it's processing and I'll get it next Monday. I guess maybe the 21st was a Sunday, and so she thought she would get it tomorrow, which is ridiculous. With every fiber of my being and all my heart, thank you. Your shriveled little walnut of a heart. Sorry, that thank you means literally nothing. Which is why we never hear him say you're welcome, because he knows it's not a genuine thanks. And then I told her that you were deploying unknown date, as in, why haven't you told me when you're going? And to reach out as soon. Uh, I told her also to not deter you. You're telling her and you tell everyone to lie to other people to get what you want. And then when the thing everyone told you what happened happens, you're like, well, that's not what I was told. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. No. And you still didn't answer Miss Cashman's question. She asked me who was paying for the bond, and you said, not my brother. Well, then who? Not my brother. Well, then who? Loyal fans. Then why are we doing this bull? You know all this costs money, right? You're not paying for it, so you don't care. And she shook her head and said, okay. She's writing that as if to tell her brother, isn't that so unreasonable and crazy that she would just shake her head? And after asking me who would pay for a bond I have no chance of getting? And then let me know so I can add to the list of things I need to talk to her about. Did you not just talk to her? You said she reached out to you. Did you not talk to her about things then? Why do you already have a new list of things that you need to add to talk to her about? Whether he tells you or not, you're going to talk to her about it anyway, so add it to your list. Keep me posted, keep smiling. I thought she originally said keep me smiling. It is what she meant, but stop telling people to smile. And I don't know how I'm going to pay. Paying is not the point. Yes, it is. Do you think court is just there to play pretend? Any kind of motion or any kind of request you bring forward towards the judge, you need to do in good faith with the intention of achieving that goal. Otherwise, stop wasting our time and let us get back to other cases involving people who aren't horrible or as bad as you. Okay, have to keep going. Ooh, another Brian one. And we're back. 4/24/24, 3:32 p.m. to Brian. Phone call confirmation. Commissary. Soap for son. Hymnal. Keep it kosher food pack. Pizza and wings hot meal. Birds and blooms magazine renewal. You stated to me to call back Monday for order info. Per the phone call we had today regarding my reasonable requests I am still waiting on for you to order, as said some years, months, weeks, and after I heard you physically typing on your computer said reasonable requests to know and remember. I am forwarding to you again should you not understand, after stating you do. From any of the now 118 tablet messages I sent to you previously, and you do not respond to any to date, and the 104 recorded telephone calls asking the same questions. Why do you make the active ongoing decision to not order any of my reasonable requests, including for my son? Why do you keep lying about placing orders for any of my reasonable requests, including for my son? Why do you tell me to call back or you will respond to a message for order confirmation numbers and you do not order? As stated, this will confirm you placed the order. I have a resource to call if needed to confirm, check tracking, etc. So not to bother you and recap of requests to make sure you provide an order correctly. The same information can be found also in my previous messages and phone calls. This also is again in writing for you to utilize as a friendly reminder to help you remember what my reasonable requests are and what you stated to me about them. Today is commissary. Please add funds for the ongoing 3 weeks prior you have made the active decision not to add. I am requesting all confirmation numbers after the following reasonable orders have been placed. You stated to me you would be providing when I am supposed to call you back on Monday to receive. Soap for our son. You actively made the decision to deny me to give him for Christmas and lied to me repeatedly. You ordered and received. CheetahFriends.com, Clearly Fun Fish Soap, $9. Hymnal, you've made the active decision to deny me even after you have gone to the same website numerous times and told me about to order other items, but chose not to order this. Why didn't you order with any of the orders? Amazon, Hymnal, I chose when we were on the phone Christmas, $6. Keep It Kosher Food Package. 3 prior packages I have requested for you to order over the last 3 years are no longer in stock and able to be ordered. This package is available presently and is a smaller order than what previously asked for. Regardless the size, you still have been making the ongoing decision to deny me and not purchase. You know the website, I Care Gifts, Keep It Kosher, $30. Hot Meal, Pizza and Wings. I've been waiting to participate with others for years with a hot meal that you repeatedly lie to me about you order and do not, so I miss the opportunity. I want to participate. You know the website, I Care Fresh, Pizza and Wings Meal, $19.99. Birds and Blooms Extra Magazine Renewal. This expires 5/12. There is no reason this should lapse, except if you decide to make the active decision to allow to. Birdsandblooms.com/easypay. Account number 1298. Birds and Bloom Extra, $12.98. You stated you understood the above information. You stated you understand after ordering these reasonable requests. I will not need to call or write again to receive these items. You stated you were typing on the computer all of my reasonable requests. You stated you will order all of my above reasonable requests. You stated to me I am still to call you back on Monday for order confirmation numbers of all my reasonable requests above. Everything I keep asking you for is reasonable. You lie to me and make the active decision not to purchase. What hurts the most are the gifts I choose for my son. You choose not to order for me to give him, regardless the holiday or my reason, and then you lie about it. You've been court ordered to fulfill my reasonable orders and commissary until my unpredicted, quote, trial outcome. You stated in court and to the judge you understand this, also recorded on our phone calls. I am not to do without until and which you continue to actively decide not to abide by and continue to violate. I will call on Monday, as you have instructed me to do, to receive these order confirmation numbers after you have placed the overdue reasonable orders. Please do not make me wait any longer. Please do not lie about ordering and then not. Please do not tell me you are going to provide order confirmation numbers and then not. Please do not tell me to call you on Monday for order information you stated you will be providing for my reasonable request you will be ordering prior to this call. Please do not force me to send another tablet message for the order information you stated you will be providing for my reasonable request you will be ordering prior to my instructed phone call on Monday. I very much look forward to finally receiving my reasonable requests, especially the soap for my son. Thank you. Oh my gosh. She gave you time? She gave you a little bit of time? No, she didn't, because she called you. She called you. She has sent you 118 tablet messages and 104 recorded phone calls. This banshee succubus has contacted you over 222 times, asking, even she admits, the same questions. You are mentally unwell, sick, abusive, and awful. And I hate saying these things about people, and I normally don't, but you are there. You're there. You are an insufferable human, which is why he types on the computer all day. I hope you just hear. Yeah, they're out. No, can't do it. What was that? You need thermals? Sorry, they're out of pacifiers. Give me order confirmation numbers. I have a resource on the outside that can check the tracking. The tracking is not the issue. And if you were anyone else, asking for confirmation numbers wouldn't be that absurd. And you would probably get it. I would probably give an order confirmation to any other human but you, because you ask for it as a training and condescending approach of, I'm not asking so I can actually track it. I'm asking to make sure you did it and that you understand. And she's talking about all of her reasonable requests. Again, how do you know they're reasonable? Because she's telling you a million times, these requests are reasonable. I need a fish soap for my son is reasonable. I need Birds and Blooms magazine renewal, 12.98. The judge told you to give me anything I needed, including Birds and Blooms extra magazine renewal. Nobody gives a about what kind of magazine you have. Ooh, you're so annoying. And then bringing up the keep it kosher, you moved on to a next food pack. If he hadn't got you a food package in 3 years, you continuing to ask that is outrageous. We know you've gotten packages from other people. Just resign yourself to receiving packages from others and not from Brian. He has made it clear for 3 years he won't be doing it. And if he did do it, I'll be like, okay, I'll see you in 3 more years where I'll send another one. And this is why she's hounding so much, and this is why she stalls so much, because it's, you are not to deny me of anything until the outcome of my trial. I wish prisoners and murderers like her would get, like, you get so offended when people don't follow the rules even though you killed someone. So if you're not going to follow the rules of life, then he doesn't have to get you a package, and he can lie to you all you want, or all he wants. And she talks about trying to get these requested recorded phone calls. How? What are you going to do? You're probably going to get your outside resource, I guess, to get them. And then what? How are you going to listen to them? You're going to get on a phone call and she's going to play you the recordings of your phone and say this, not your phone, but of the calls and say, I need this, I need that, I need this. No. You can get the tablet messages because they're right here. But you're asking, you would only be able to get phone transcripts, if anything. And no one's doing that unless you pay for it, which you are Brokiana.
Insufficient funds. You ain't got no money. Woo.
You can't do this. Please do not lie about ordering and then not. Please do not tell me you're going to get confirmation numbers or not. Please stop calling him. Please stop being stupid. Please stop forcing people to give you the response you want and then mad when they don't do it, and then hold them to the expectation that they actually agreed and wanted to do what you said for them to do. Insane. If he got it and he's not excited about it, like, oh, yeah, goody. Because you know the thing all 13-year-old boys think about is showering and being clean and using fish soap. Or I guess that would be hand soap. No. At least the only thing millennial 13-year-old boys cared about was Axe body spray. Is there a Gen Z equivalent to that? Let me know. What is the new spray deodorant that has a chokehold over the youth? And she's moved on from her from her burger and wings meal. Now she wants pizza and wings. Why do you want wings so bad? I mean, I guess I'm just not a wing person. But at least she's finally being honest. I want this hot meal so I can participate. Because for hundreds of messages prior, it was, I'm starving. I have nothing to eat. I'm so cold. I can't eat. I just eat nothing all day. Now it's, no, you want to participate with the other girls who have people who love them and give them hot meals so that you can sit there and be like, ooh, isn't our hot meal so good? And even more so, you probably want to be with that group and then look at other people who don't have hot meals so that you can look down on them. And the fact that you haven't been able to do that or participate in any way, let's just say that this is honest, that you just want to participate with the other girls and have a good time or whatever. Like, I don't know. What does that mean? Do y'all get like a special lunch table or something? Because I know you have to do it in the, what do they call it? Cafeteria, mess hall, whatever. You can only get your hot meals there, and that's where they're prepared or whatever. But is it like a special thing where they cater it to you? They wine and dine you, they put down the tablecloth, light a candle. And then just of course, the manipulation of the son nonstop of, I can't believe you're denying my requests, most importantly for my son. And all the other son requests have been whittled down. She stopped with the boba, she stopped with the bookmark, she stopped with this, stopped with that. But this fish soap, she will not give up this fish soap. I need to know why. Why is this the hill that she is willing to die on? And you're not getting your hymnal. I don't care. God doesn't care either. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe she thinks God will only protect me and save me from this if I can recite words and say songs to him that say, "Open sesame, I love God." That means you believe me. And you say, "Okay, you're free to go." Okay, I have to move on. Oh, to her son. 4/28/24 at 10:51 a.m. I will say you probably gave him close to a month, maybe. Without you messaging, good for you. To son, sunny Sunday scripture. Oh, no sunny day, just sunny Sunday scripture, a little different. Therefore, let us pursue the things which make for peace. Romans 14:19. That includes pursuing things which make for peace with your mom. I love you no matter and forever. Halo smile. Yet again, add this to the list of more Bible verses she used to manipulate her son into loving her, or to guilt her son into loving her. Let us pursue things which make for peace. You know which makes for peace with your son and Brian? Leaving them alone, giving them space. Hence why they are going to Alaska, as far away from as possible from you. And I said in prior videos that, like, yeah, y'all need to go on cruises where the internet's bad and you can't receive messages and have that excuse of, sorry, there's no way we could receive the phone call, no reception, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, I would be taking the longest cruise I can for that. But I will say the choice of Alaska is interesting. Normally, I would be like, well, don't you want to go on a more budget cruise? You're in Florida. All of the best cruise locations are already there. You can go to a million different places. You said, no, I'm going to pay $2,000 to go to the furthest state possible. I'm pretty sure Florida is probably the furthest state from Alaska. Although maybe Hawaii, I don't know. Like Hawaii on our maps look close, but Hawaii is so far away. And I lived in California for a while, and I was still shocked at how far away Hawaii was. So from the East Coast to California on the West Coast, it's a 3 hour time difference. From California to Hawaii, it's still a 3 hour time difference. I'm like, good grief, you cost woof. Anyway, why am I talking about this? We got to move on. Leave your son alone. Oh, next one. 4/28/24, 10:57 a.m. So 6 minutes after talking to son, Lana Albert. Is this the Lana Albert or Lena Albert, Lana? I will say that I'm probably not going to read Lana's messages. I may read Sarah's messages to Lana though, because that's the abusive part. I don't really care what Lana has to say. And I feel like that would be, more respectful. But I do gotta say, the Albert is triggering me a little bit after covering the Karen Reed trial. Not Lana Albert. Wow. Hi. I'm guessing you received my letter about these ridiculous toddler tablets. I know how incredibly smart and resourceful you seem to be, which is how you connected. Wow. Normally it prompts me to accept or decline, but for some reason it just added you. It's meant to be. I'd have accepted anyway, wink, before proceeding further with telling you how amazingly amazing you are with your kindness. Let me know it's you. Ta-ta for now. So there we go. Enter new character, season 2 character, Lena Albert. You're amazing. Here's the love bomb before you get shat on as well. Same day, 4/28/24, 10:03 p.m. From brother. Hey there, I saw that your lawyer called me and I'm going to call her on Monday. She left a message asking how I'm going to pay for a bond, which you know there is no way I can. I'm still thinking about using my address due to the fact that I have a security clearance and it will reflect on it and or may lose it if you somehow post bond. I will still think about it and know more once I talk to her. You should have gotten your food and money, and I will do more once I get paid in a few weeks. Keep your head up and let me know if you need anything else. I love you. Philip, stop saying let me know if you need anything else, because she will 100% use and abuse your charity, kindness, love, and support. But she left a message and asked how you're going to pay, even though Sarah's like, I told her he's not going to pay. You still need to, she needs an answer. She can't just say, Judge, we need a bond. We don't know how she's going to pay, where she's going to go, what she's going to do. We just need the bond. Not how the legal system works. And unlike you, who likes to throw anyone into your business under the bus, get them as involved as they don't want to be, and then leave them high and dry to deal with whatever consequences of your actions, she's not lying to him. She is saying, this will have to get paid somehow. Is it going to be you? And he said, no, it's not. And I have a security clearance, which this will reflect on. Do you think she cares? Do you think Sarah cares? Well, let's find out. The next day, 4/29/24, 11:07 a.m. To brother, please listen. Oh Lord. Hi, sorry to start out this way. She's an effing idiot and does not listen, does not listen, does not listen. She has been told by me 100 times you are not posting bond. I've been debating writing a letter to the judge, as she is always hostile, argumentative, hinders, or screws up everything I ask or say. She also does not tell the truth to me, which I've asked her about numerous times. She's an effing idiot and does not listen, does not listen, does not listen. Philip, I understand your valid concerns, but you do not or will ever know what I am going through with everything. God and all his archangels help me get through it every day, and it seems to never end. Your address is not made public. It absolutely is. Oh, yikes. Yikes. Yes, it is. I'm sorry, Philip. It is not your fault she's so dumb. Listen to your heart and to the people around you. Your address is not made public. It absolutely is. Florida has the most open sunshine laws in the country, which is why we always hear the quote, the Florida man. I mean, all states are just as insane as Florida. We only hear about it because their sunshine laws are so open and easily accessible. A bond would be a part of your court docket. It would be a part of your case file. He would have to provide his name, he would have to provide his address, his relationship to you, and how he's posting bond, either the amount or surety or collateral that he's putting up in order for this. All that would be visible, and it would have been on this channel. I would have redacted that, but it would absolutely have been made public record, and you're literally yelling at him to believe you, the person who's never done this, and you admitted, I've never done any of this, but somehow you know more than Miss Cashman. And this is just also something that's been annoying me. You are talking to her consistently. Like your other lawyers, you're like, they never talk to me, they never call me, no one includes me in my case. Now you're saying she's so argumentative, she's so hostile, she hinders, she doesn't listen. Oh, so you're talking regularly, consistently. And that's what Judge Cranit wrote in his order, that even when a lawyer does contact with her, it's not good enough. It's not the right method. It's not the right tone. It's not the right this or right that, which is why it was determined for you to represent yourself.
And appointed Patricia A. Cashman and attorney number 8. The court is aware of Cashman's extensive experience representing criminal defendants as both an assistant public defender and in private practice, including representing defendants accused of murder, and is widely known to be able and willing to deal with and manage difficult clients. Thereafter, defendant advised the court of walking out at multiple meetings with Cashman, which was confirmed by Cashman, utilizing a pretend judge to oversee defendant and Cashman, launching multiple attacks on Cashman's professionalism and personal attacks on Padilla, Bankowitz, and Cashman. Each of these attorneys were required to withdraw. It has become apparent to the court that defendant will not permit herself to be represented by anyone. Defendant complains that Bankowitz and Hobson, 2 court-appointed attorneys, failed to meet and communicate And when defendant is provided a court-appointed counsel who will meet and communicate, Cashman, the ways and means of meeting and communicating are not acceptable to defendant. C, under Florida law, the facts at bar amount to a binding waiver of the right to counsel.
And I do stand by Kranik's decision. A lot of people gave flack of, and a lot of lawyers too. I'm like, what is wrong with y'all? Yes, it's always going to be easier for people to have lawyers and everything moves better, but you also have to set the precedent for people afterwards, especially with media trials. And here's something that I think is going to develop in law, and I wouldn't be surprised to see law classes on this, of like law and media trials, how this affects how things run, because it does. Even though all trials are public, and if you're not from America and don't know, we have a public trial system, meaning anyone can walk into any courthouse and sit in on any trial. That's how we hold each other accountable. The saying is, sunshine is the best disinfectant, and we see it with the Karen Reed trial. If we didn't have a right to a public trial, the cameras wouldn't have been there. We wouldn't have been able to see all the fuckery that took place, and they would have gotten away with anything. And that would happen again and again and again. So that's why everything's made public. It's not always fair for the people who are going through it, but the underlying purpose is to hold everyone accountable and to make sure that you got due process, that you have due process and went through the court process accurately and fairly. And part of that public trial process is having those documents be made public as well, unless it is very specific exemption. So anything dealing with minors, anything that's been sealed, anything confidential, like very specific exceptions. But if you do not have that exception, it is public. I'm sorry, I have to get back. Your address is not made public. I do not know how in any way me giving your address will affect anything regarding you or not posting my bond. No one is posting my bond. It's my right to have, and I'm tired of fighting to have it. It's just your address for me to finally, ongoing 5 years, to have my bond. Just tell her that, please. I called her this morning and told her to stop doing the exact opposite of everything I asked. Tell her. She lied and said she did not mention anything about you posting my bond. Then I told her I believe you over her, and her story changed with she was simply trying to give you, quote, instruction. I reiterated to her not to ask or push or coerce anything to you regarding or you posting my bond, which you are not. Do you see how effing stupid and difficult this is because of her? I don't even have the bond yet, and it's already effed up and convoluted. Please listen to me. It's just your address for a bond that I will not be able to pay unless God provides another miracle. Simple. I promise. Give me my right, please. As said, you understand more than anyone, considering you fight for everyone's. She said she's waiting for your call. Please do so. This can get the F figured out sooner than later. It's already ongoing 5 years, so sooner than later would be nice for once in something which, of course, I've had blood, sweat, and tears go into. Everything is so difficult. Remember, I am your sister. Only one. Thank you for you and all you are and do and will do forever and ever and ever. Never try to guess my gratitude for you, my brother. Please keep me timely informed so I know what to do and with her if needed. I love you. I pray you are well and smiling. I wish I was there to tell you. Oh gosh, you're so, gross. And I'm going to cut in right here because I meant to mention it, but I don't. Her give me my right and the rights that you fought for or fight for, all of us, including yourself and me. She is so manipulative with trying to, I guess, manipulate his loyalty and valor and just honor in the military service of just saying, hey, you put your life on the line for our rights, meaning you need to metaphorically put your life on the line for my right to have a bond. Even if I'm not going to do anything with it, I need you to metaphorically / literally put your life on the line, as in expose your address and personal life, just so I can have the satisfaction of a special no. Because right now she's just getting told no nonstop. She wants to get granted a bond and then get told no. But the give me my right, she is now putting all that responsibility on you. Philip, it is your fault she can't get her bond. You are the reason that she can't use her rights. That is so manipulative and disgusting. He has done nothing. You are forcing yourself into his life because you say you have no one. That's what you've been saying with Brian. Why don't you just ask Brian, can I put your address down for bond? Might as well. But no, you use the same tactics with everyone to make everyone else and try to guilt them so they feel as terrible as possible and give in to whatever demands you bark at them for, but also they have to feel bad at you for having to bark at them. And then you should also feel grateful for her barking them at you because now you're a better person and love her more and should smile about it. It's so exhausting. And it's just the most annoying thing on top of all this is she just, I guess she just wiped it from her memory and has no idea that she was denied bond initially. I think she thought there were two different ones. I don't know. But no, that up front when you first meet the judge, if you are denied bond, that's your status until you change it later. You don't get a new one once you get into jail officially. So all of these theatrics, all of these antics are just so useless at the end of the day. Okay, going back to my original reaction. So you lie and lie and lie, and so then you yelled at her to not ask or push or coerce anything for you. She has to ask you. Just because you think it's as simple as getting an address and you're going to throw a hissy fit until you get it. Remember up top when she said, no matter what, if you choose to or not, all that's out the window. You need to do this for me. You'll never understand everything I go for. Remember, I am your sister. Only one. Why are you so disgustingly manipulative? You say this to your son, I'm your only mother. And you, my only son, you can't get away from me. This is how people cut you off, run away, hide, forget you ever existed because you claw and chain yourself to them. I am your only sister. You see how you didn't say only sibling? Because you can't say that. Even though you say he's the only sibling you have more family that you don't acknowledge. And I thought there was something about them having a half sister or something. I don't know that at all. I literally just popped in my mind as something I thought I heard. And if you do, it might be his half sister too. And unlike you, he might consider her family. Who knows? She might not even exist. This weird cryptic line, never try to guess my gratitude for you, my brother, because it's not there. She doesn't know what gratitude is, can't express it or genuinely feel it, although she knows you should feel it towards her. She knows she needs you to feel grateful that she's in your life, that she's everything. Aren't you grateful I killed someone and get to talk to you daily now? Imagine if I actually let George live. She does the exact opposite of everything you tell her to because she actually knows how to do her job. And you're telling him to listen to you over a lawyer with 40 years of experience and accomplishments and with a reputation for dealing with difficult clients. And we can see she has you hemmed up. You are so upset. That's why you need that hymnal so that you can pray, so that you can sing and calm yourself. Take a deep breath because she is paying you dust and saying, this is the information I need to tell you. These are the answers I need from you. If you, all these other questions, I'm putting that to rest. This has nothing to do with anything and will not save you. And then comes to find out that Miss Cashman is the one who brokered the impossibly amazing plea deal that you got. She did that. And then Mr. Owens kept that on the table. But you saying no one ever does anything for me ever, it's always me, all I do. That's another thing for people just to know out there. If you do struggle with this and if you do have a support system and you do vent to them in similar ways like this, stop saying, I have to do everything on my own always when you know that person has been helping you consistently for years. That is you spitting in his face saying, you not giving me even more means I've been alone this whole time. Forget the money, forget the packages, forget the protein bullshit. I do everything on my own. I have no family. I have no one, but you're my only brother. I'm your only sister. You have to love me, but don't ever try to guess. But don't ever try to guess my gratitude and love for you because it is immeasurable. You can't even imagine how grateful I am. Oh, just gross. F off. Oh, and then of course you're not done. 10, almost 10 minutes later. 4:29:24, 11:16 a.m. to brother. Thank you for the coffee, for your love, for your belief in me and support. Very needed, and I am grateful. Thank you for everything, as always, no matter what, Philip. Wait and see all that he will do for me and you. I do love you so much. Thank you. Mom's smiling. Fuck off. No, I hate that so much. Oh my gosh. So, 10 minutes prior, you all caps yell saying, she's stupid, she's a monster, you're dumb, she's a dumb, don't listen to her, listen to me, your brilliant sister. And the whole I love you, I pray you are well. I wish I was there to tell you. What is that supposed to mean? One more twist of guilt. Remember, I'm in here. I can't be out there. I wish I was there trying to tell you to do everything for me. If I had a bond, I could be there. But because she remembers you called her ass ungrateful last time, 10 minutes later, she reminds, oh, I got to send this. Thank you for the coffee because the coffee finally showed up, even though, ugh. Coffee showed up for your love, for your belief in me and support. Now, for the belief in you is questionable. I wonder how much he believes in you and how much he's not trying to abandon you. Because I see this similar to how Nolan treats Paul Ferguson when we covered Paul Byron. Ferguson, and the fact that Paul did some of the worst things possible. I mean, Paul is worse than Sarah Catherine Boone Paulsen.
Cupcake. I don't want a peach. Cupcake.
If that's possible, but he is. And Nolan still keeps in contact with him, tries to be there for him. It's clear he doesn't support him, and it's clear that Nolan loved his brother Timothy way more than anything he has to do with Paul. But I get the sense that because he already lost one brother, he doesn't want his other brother to fall through the cracks. And just by the way he talks and the sense I get, he's very similar to Philip in how they respond. And it seems like they both want to be just good older brothers and be there for their murderous siblings, even when no one else will be. And I can commend that. But that does not mean they have belief in you, at least not in your innocence, which is what you're inferring. Thank you for everything, always, no matter what, Philip. You keep saying no matter what when it literally is only if, not no matter what. Thank you only if you give me what I want. Okay. Okay, it looks like the next one's in May and no hot food. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna take a break.
I've been right here with you, Troy. I got a life too. I gave 18 years of my life to stand in the same spot as you.
5/3/24, 10:08 a.m. to Brian. No hot food. I keep trying to call you as I'm sure you are aware and avoiding since I know you did not order the measly hot meal for Mother's Day after you told me multiple times you did. The final delivery was yesterday. There is no more hot food going forward. Why did you keep lying, telling me you ordered? Even after I explained the importance and long wait for trying to participate with others in the dorm you've not allowed me to do to date. Why? I really don't know what to say about how you are such a despicable liar. Why? And you even denied me commissary, $20, stating to me it was because you were going to purchase a hot meal and small food package and $6 hymnal I've been asking for you keep telling me is coming and you're going to order. I spent only $8 out of the $20 because I thought you were going to order the hot meal and could eat off of that for a few days. Did you purchase the food package? Keep it kosher? I spent only $8 out of the $20 because I thought you were going to order the package. I bought paper and pens and stamps from the $8 I spent out of the 20, also knowing I had medications pending to ration the little bit you gave me. I'm asking you for the Jumping Java small coffee package also. Now, since you did not purchase my promised lied about hot plate, which is no longer even being served, and I told you about daily to ensure ordering in time, and you told me over and over you did, including in front of Son. I'm still waiting for coffee you have been telling me for almost a year you are going to order. Why do you lie so much? Why do you tell me you are and then do not? It's coffee, food, and a $6 hymnal. Nonetheless, you've been to Amazon many times to buy things for yourself and Son, knowing I'm still waiting for my $6 hymnal and choose not to purchase. I asked for this and looked up with you on December 6th. Why won't you just
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
purchase so I can stop asking and waiting? Why? Please purchase for Mother's Day if you need a legitimate reason to finally buy me. I've waited for Christmas, New Year's, Valentine's Day, Easter, and now Mother's Day. Keep it kosher and Jumping Java, I Care food and coffee small packages. The $6 hymnal from Amazon, please. Make me stop asking. For Mother's Day, which is next Sunday, May 12th. I'm already missing out on a hot meal for the day and with everyone I told you about. Schedule a video visit for Sunday, May 12th at 1 p.m. now for me to see my son. This holiday feels extremely fast. Do not wait, and I'm telling you 9 days in advance. Keep it kosher, Jumping Java, so hymnal video visit.
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
At 1 p.m. for Mother's Day. I'll call this weekend for confirmation numbers. Please stop lying. Stop making me call and ask and write messages for you to keep lying. Why? Mother's Day. I'm just floored you didn't order the hot meal. A meal that was hot. A meal that is hot, but told me you did. Again, no more going forward. Why? Because you're in jail, okay? And he doesn't have to do shit for you. And this commissary thing doesn't make sense. So you're saying that he denied you commissary $20 because he was going to get you the packages and whatever. But now you're saying I spent only 8 out of the $20 because I thought you were going to order the hot meal. What $20? Either you got it or you didn't. Or maybe is he putting $20 a week into your account? Because that's hilarious if so. And still more than you deserve. Again, you blame everyone else for your decisions and actions. You chose to spend $8 on paper, stamps, food because you thought, don't care what you thought. You chose to do those things. If you want to prioritize your sweets, your sugar, your snacks, your coffee, then prioritize that. But if you want to prioritize your hate letters that have only exploded your popularity that you complain about, but also crave at the same time, and have solidified you as a running joke to the legal system and probably one of Florida's most infamous criminals of all time. Congratulations. Or at least the most difficult one. But yeah, you're big mad you didn't get a hot meal. Does that mean we will stop finally hearing about burger and wings meal, pizza and wings meal, no more hot meals? And it's because you want to participate on Mother's Day and you see all the other mothers who have people who love them, who got them hot meals, and you'll sit there with a little peanut butter and jelly that you don't want to eat. Why should Brian care about any of that? I think she's forgetting you're not a good person. There's no reason why people should want good things for you. So why are you shocked that he didn't go out of his way to make sure you had a special Mother's Day? And I already know he's not going to do what you want him to do for Mother's Day because you believe you are entitled to holidays. Absolutely absurd. If you need a reason, just say it was for Mother's Day, since I miss Christmas, New Year's, Valentine's Day, Easter, and now it's Mother's Day. No. Although Mother's Day is one of the few holidays I will give you that it is okay for you to feel some kind of way and expect maybe something from Brian and Son. Other than that, Brian is divorced from you. He doesn't owe you any kind of other present. Find me out there. No, don't find me. There's actually plenty of couples that fit this, but how many standard divorce cases that ended poorly are you buying Christmas presents for, Valentine's gifts for, Easter gifts for, New Year's gifts for? Mother's and Father's Day is a little different because you share the son, and that is why you would participate in those specific days. All the other holidays, I don't give an F about you, okay? Anything that you do. And she goes, after I explained the importance of and the long away, what is that supposed to mean? And she does this all the time. I'm giving you all of this notice. I'm telling you in advance. Now you need to schedule video visit on May 12th, 1 p.m. This fills up extremely fast. Sign up right now. Who are you yelling in all capsing at and then expecting me to do what you want in a hurry? No. If anything, on that day, we'll drive by the jail. I'll let him wave, and then we're going to a theme park. He can receive hugs from the Disney princesses and probably receive more maternal love that way than through a 15-minute video visit with you yelling at him. Ugh. And I'm just imagining how she must be on a video visit on Mother's Day. She always guilts him. You should be nice to your mother. You should do all of these things and explore peace for your mother, including your mother. So then on Mother's Day, it's like, hi, aren't you proud of me? Aren't you happy I gave you life? Don't you love your mother? Tell me how much you love me. This is my day. Ugh. No. And then I am floored. You just didn't order a hot meal. How are you always floored and surprised when he is the only one? Actually, both of you are. Both of you have been 100% consistent in your actions since these tablet messages have started. As in, he has not given you a single response, even once. And you have continuously sent thousands after thousands after thousands of words and characters his way with your anger growing, talking to a wall. And she should have never went to IT because she contacted IT because she's petty and she found out that he does read and open these messages. He just doesn't respond, which I think is beautiful. I love that now she knows because it would be one thing if he just ignored them flat out. But no, because she is who she is, she found out that he does read them and is still swerving your ass because what is this? You are a toddler. You call him a child and say that he's lying and this, and this, that. You are literally a child, an emotionally stunted tween adolescent who has the emotional maturity of a high school freshman, if that. Actually, she's more on like seventh grade middle school bully level. Those girls were mean. Seventh grade girls are mean. Look, side note, I got destroyed. I worked a summer camp and the scar still stays with me. This 11-year-old seventh grade girl decided she was going to read me within an inch of my life. And I don't even remember what it was for. Something said something, 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 something. She turns to me and she said, I'm sorry. I cannot take anyone born in the 1900s seriously.
Oh, was that a read?
Yes, it was.
Oh, the way I almost got fired right then and there. But no, that's very Sarah's age. Seventh grade middle school girl bully. Yeah, because girl bullies and boy bullies are different. Boy bullies are more, physically aggressive and just rude. Girl bullies are, I'm going to systematically dismantle you by destroying your reputation and slowly torturing you until you develop some horrible habit that you'll spend the next 20 years in therapy unlearning. Anyway, moving on. Oh, okay. Oh gosh, literally 5 minutes later, you send another message, wasting another dollar. This is you wasting more money. 5/3/24, 10:13 a.m. to Brian. Birds and blooms, extra, extra, extra. Read all about it. I do not want this to lapse and have already told you about, but considering how you lie, I do not believe you renewed this as you stated you would. This expires May 12th. I gave you on April 24th to ensure timely order, but I will call this weekend to confirm. Again, She lives under this false assumption that just because you tell someone to do something means they have to do it. George told you to let him out. You didn't do it. So you set that example yourself. So beg all you want. Beg and plead. Cry until the cows come home. Like I always said, I'll have all the empathy for you if you spend a night locked in a suitcase for 12 hours. I'll forget all of it. I'll say, okay, we're square. If you survive 12 hours in a locked suitcase, then we're all good to go. Can't do that? Okay. Then spend your life in another box. 5/4/24, 9:59 a.m. To brother. Smile. I just wanted to say how much I love you and I'm glad you're my brother. I hope you and Kayla have a beautiful day and soak up all the sun. Please keep in touch. I can't do it without you. Have one for me. Wink face. Ugh. What is this? Why are you saying soak up all the sun? Spelled S-O-N. Does he have a son? And you're trying to be like, spend all your time with your son because I can't and I can't do it without you. So I'm putting all of this pressure on you even more. I was almost proud of you for a second. I was like, oh, wow. Remember what I said with could you just reach out and be nice once? It looks like you might be reaching out and just being nice. Oh, no. Please keep in touch. I can't do it without you. Me, 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 me. Have one for me. Can you imagine that she does this all the time? Living through you. I hope you're doing great. I wish I was doing that. Make sure you do this for me, for me, for me. No, it's you just trying to depress people. And luckily, no one actually cares for you that much. So it doesn't actually depress them that much, but you want them to feel bad because you have what I don't have. Oh, and even right here, I don't know who this Jalen Lawson is, and I'm not reading the whole message, but it says right up here, like, are you smiling? I hope so, and enjoying your blessed life. Remember, it can always be worse. At least you can hug Javon and Brea. I haven't hugged my son ongoing 5 years. Boom, ba-dum, ba-bump. You have so much to be thankful for. See that, not what you don't. Boom, ba-dum, ba-bump. It's always the you have what I don't, feel bad for me. And she also uses that as a method to console others. The way that I can reach out to you and connect with you because you finally revealed to me that you're having a hard time after me being the only one talking about my own issues excessively and never ending is to tell you at least you're not me. You can feel better about yourself because you don't have to go through what I go through. So enjoy your life and your pizza and wings. From brother 5/4/24, 10:16 a.m. So, okay. So, less than 20 minutes later. I hope you're doing good as much as you can. I love you. Let me know if you need anything else. Stay strong. Stop saying that, Philip. You know she's going to ask. You know she's going to berate you, but still being strong. And again, I'm so impressed with how he handles these messages because the inference is you and Kayla have such a great time, soak it all up, feel bad for me. I can't do it without you. Love it, da da da. But he cuts to the heart of it, which is you're saying you love me and I'm glad I'm your brother. So I'm just going to say back to you, I'm hope you're doing as good as you can. Love you and let me know. We're not getting into the weeds. We're not going to do this. I wish you were feeling better. I wish this wasn't happening to you. Trust and believe. I have faith. You need to have faith. Stay strong. God is going to pull you through this. Your son loves you more than he loves Brian. Things she wants to hear every day. All right. Let's see. Okay, to Philip, 5/5/24, 11:17 a.m. To brother. Happy Sunday. Smile with a halo. I hope you're enjoying your weekend. I'm living through you. Oh my gosh, again. I'm living through you, Murface. I forgot to ask, did idiot attorney ever speak to you? I walked out on her Friday from her yelling and acting like a child. She's upset that I have to bring in pretend judge to sit with us because of how she disdainfully treats me. She doesn't act the same when he's in the room. She's biased and prejudiced and doesn't believe in me. Also withholds my discovery I keep asking for ongoing 5 years and still not seen everything, and so much has been lost. How do you know so much has been lost if you haven't seen it? That's the shit that annoys me. You will never know. Also, would you ever buy a small gift for son? It's a $9 soap Brian lied to me he bought for him for Christmas right before our video visit on Friday for son to finally open my Christmas presents almost 6 months later. He told me he didn't want to, which is not his decision. Yes, the fuck it is. Whose decision is it? Is it George's? Because it ain't yours. You gonna order me to do what I want to do with my own money? Swerve. He keeps telling me what I can and can't buy for son. It's only $9. Setafriends.com. Clearly Fun fish soap. Clear with a goldfish in the bag. It looks like water. Please let me know about attorney and if you can order the soap. I remember too Mother's Day is Sunday, May 12th. Fifth one here. Prayfully my last. I miss my son. I miss you too. Love you always. Thank you for you. So you can't let this damn soap go. Okay, I re-looked it up, and this soap is a little cooler than the original fish soap that I thought she was discussing. But even then, it is not worth all of this trouble. It looks very messy. I don't even know how you use it. You're just like giving him a bag that looks like a bag with a goldfish in it, except the water is soap. There's no like dispenser, so I guess he opens the bag and just sticks his hand in there. No. But whatever, you can't let it go because it's plan A or no way. So now you finally got your brother involved. You should have done this up front 100 messages ago if it were that damn serious to you. But the he said he doesn't want to, so he didn't. It is not his decision to decide what I can and can't buy. As long as you have $0 in your account and are asking for his money, it for damn sure is. It absolutely is. If she still had some money in her account, as in she had alimony, he stopped paying, but she still had some left over and she wanted to buy this and he wouldn't let her. I mean, she could just get other people to do it for her with her own money if she had her own money by herself, anything she actually owned and deserved from herself, her own actions. She thinks because she popped out a baby, she deserves to get paid $80,000 for the rest of her life. Sorry, no. If you want that treatment, be a surrogate, but you don't get rewarded for being a mother or having a child. The child is the best reward. Da-da-da. Anyway, I miss my son. I miss this. Well, I bet you miss all the times you didn't pick him up at school. I bet you wish you could have dropped him off at school every day you could have. How you would go back in the past and you would be the best mother in the world. And I empathize with that. I mean, honestly, I don't think you actually would change your behaviors because you thought you already were an outstanding mother to your child. You're telling the interviewers the day after you murdered someone. And then even earlier in that interview, you said, well, no one touched anyone. I mean, and I've had my son over. So, of course, and this is on a Monday at this point, or no, this is on a Tuesday at this point. And the last time he was over was the prior Tuesday, which she then had to think about because she couldn't even remember when he was over because it had been so long. But it was so automatic to use her son as a shield and a rationale and a this and a that, that of course she pulled him out of, well, I've had my son over, the nebulous term of he was over sometime this month, which means, of course, the other 29, 30 days, of course I wasn't violent. He was here. But I digress. You talking about did idiot attorney ever speak to you? Again, you are the worst client in the history of clients because well, that's not true. You haven't murdered your attorney, which has happened before, but you're up there. I'm sure you've made them reconsider their profession in life. And here it is, you admitted, I walked out on her from her yelling and acting like a child. Now, how is she yelling? Let's put our thinking caps on. Do we think Miss Cashman Esquire, professional extraordinaire, is just coming up there screaming at clients? Or is it Sarah, who likes to talk over everyone, who likes to yell at even police officers, who likes to stand up and clap her hands until you listen to her, and gets loud and angry and screams on the drop of a dime? Is it more likely she got loud and then Miss Cashman Esquire said, fuck what you heard. I'm going to tell you this information I need to tell you, and then I'm going to bounce because I'm a business professional. And so she talks over you and says, here are the updates you need to know. If you don't want to hear it, goodbye. And she got up and left. There it is. That's why you went pro se. You wanted to act like Kranik forced you to do this and no one wanted to help you, and that this and that. You finally, I thought Miss Cashman was your saving grace because I thought at that time she was your first woman attorney at that point, and I was like, okay, maybe she'll be able to connect, maybe she won't be as confrontational, maybe. But no, because I've always said this, she backs down to women because she can't throw hands. You see, she leans on stereotypes to go against men, and it's you're abusing the mother, you're beating a woman. There's no excuse for this. How dare you? I'm going to scream to absolutely everyone. I'm going to scream bloody murder, and everyone's going to get mad at you. But when she walks up on a woman like that, and George's sister had to sit her ass down, maybe with a fist or two, then she gets scared. Miss Cashman barks back at her. Now she's scared. Because who are you going to cry to? Who are you going to yell at? You have no more stereotypes to hide behind. So, of course, she's evil. She is a child. And so, you want to know how much of a child she is? She walked away like a child running away from a tantrum saying, "Nan, nana, boo, boo, I'm not going to listen to this." Oh, wait, Miss Cashman Esquire didn't do that? Sarah Catherine Boone Paulsen did? Okay, that tracks. Oh, and then how could I even ever go past pretend judge? F you. Like, it's so, the condescension never ends. And I remember when we first saw that letter where she admitted, I brought up the concept of pretend judge.
Hopeful, progressive, positive, appropriate manner. I added pretend judge to our interactions so she could calm down and ease up on her condescension, offensive demeanor, and obvious prejudgment. She seems, like everyone else, not to remember. I am innocent until adjudged otherwise.
Will the jury find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree?
She treats me as if I am not. After my introduction and explanation with pretend judge in the room or on the phone, I am trying to help her understand how she is making herself extremely unwelcoming. When in front of a real judge and in the courtroom is how she should treat me, her client, at all times. I should not have to invent pretend judge in order to be, and am not at all wrong for wanting to be respected. No matter the outcome, I am innocent until adjudged
Guilty of murder in the second degree.
otherwise. My attorneys, everyone's, should be fair, unbiased, trustworthy, honest, supportive, informative, protective, automatically and effortlessly. I should feel secure, highly confident, proud in her representing my life. I do not.
Ma'am, you said there was something else that you had other than a 58-page submittal or letter. What other information is it that you're seeking to have me take a look at?
It's things that I've been working on in the meantime. It's things that she likes to tell me is not necessary, but I know for a fact it is necessary. She likes to, in quotes, put things to rest all the time and constantly tells me I'm not having this conversation with you. So I'm not going to waste my time, and I, being in jail, have supposedly abundant amounts of. She's not going to waste my time because she's not going to explain something to me. And I have taken it upon myself to explain it to myself because she refuses to do so. I don't understand what it is that she has against me. I have told her from day one that her snotty attitude was inappropriate, and I try very hard to bear with her and her attitude. I don't know what it is that I'm doing wrong to her, but I feel that her attitude has equaled prejudice, which is not in my favor, especially considering she supposedly represented my life.
Okay. My case equals bizarre equals unknown equals different equals ignorance equals misunderstood equals unfair. This does not mean my case can't equal success, and in more than one way. While everyone continues to ring their bells of malevolence, I am ringing mine of hope, honor, plausibility, boldness. Listen, I am not a murderer.
Guilty of murder in the second degree.
The justice system should equal fair, faith, trust, respect, innocent until and if adjudged otherwise.
We the jury find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree.
3-point back. Sarah Boone. Confused cat meme? Yes, thank you. So she knows how to be nice to me. How would you treat me if the judge were in the room? Again, I'm going to go tattle on someone I think can get you in trouble so that you treat me right. You're such a bad, meanie, idiot, stupid bitch. Which is how she is. She insults them as she says they're the mean ones. She's biased and prejudiced and doesn't believe in me. Other sidebar. Fun fact, your lawyer doesn't have to believe in you. And there are plenty of lawyers who don't believe in their clients. Still doesn't mean they can't successfully and adequately represent you. Still doesn't mean they can't win your case. Lawyers win cases with guilty clients all the time. She didn't have to believe in you to defend you. You are a very unbelievable person, and I imagine you're sitting there looking at her being like, yeah, he was really abusive to me and he was so mean. So make sure that you tell the jury that he was a real meanie to women, and he had 2 divorces, and his ex-wife, send me money, send me money, send me money.
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
She was a monster, let me tell you about that. Meanwhile, Miss Cashman's like looking down at her phone with the video of Sarah killing her boyfriend on it, looking back at her, getting angrier and angrier, looking back at her phone and being like, okay, this is a life without parole kind of situation. Let me work on this little plea deal and let me skedaddle because I do not want to talk with her any longer than I have to. Sorry, and then I remembered too, Mother's Day is Sunday, May 12th. You remembered as though you haven't been tracking down on the calendar and haven't been bringing it up. How many times have you complained and yelled to Brian and your son for an entire year now that they didn't get you a Mother's Day card last year? You still bring it up to this day. Like even in volume 2, you've brought it up multiple times. And we've gone through that section in that one letter many times as well. However, there was one royal member out there who had the idea to put my reading of that section on some heavy metal music, and it's pretty iconic. So I'm going to insert that here. I had to adjust the volume because it's very heavy metal and it really goes in. I might post the full unedited version on the members only page or whatever.
A. February 14th, 2023. Valentine's Day card. Former husband collaborated with my 12-year-old son to lie to me about making me a card. Both said they went to craft store and bought supplies. My gift to son. Had son sit down Sunday afternoon, quote, and make, then mailed the completed card the next day. I was told my son wrote me a letter and drew something nice for me. I was really going to like it. It was all a lie. They never went or did any of it. What an awful, unnecessary lie for no reason. Nonetheless, former husband had my son part of the awful lie. How disgusting and hurtful. No card ever. B. May 14th, 2023. Mother's Day card. Former husband has told me 3 times now my son has mailed my created card. Nothing has come. Another despicable lie. Why? So hurtful. And son included.
And adding Linda's solo in at the end was pure perfection. So thank you so much to @OnlyFan, because that made my whole day. So you expect me to believe that you just remembered, even though you also talk about how you want these hot meals because you want to participate with the other girls, and now we know that participate means have a hot meal on Mother's Day? But why am I trying to spell this out? We know it's a lie. We know she's a liar. Moving on. Christina.
Christina! Christina's gone.
The subject. Get on it. I swear, she somehow always finds people who are okay talking any kind of way to anyone. And that's why we could never meet. Some people were like, oh, what if you met Sarah, this or that? First of all, I don't even know if she knows who I am. She probably does. If she heard someone made an 11-hour video on her interrogation, I'm sure she's heard of it, at least in that capacity. If we ever met and you talk sideways to me, look, I'm gonna have to hurt your feelings because I'm gonna have to tell you about yourself. I'm gonna have to tell you about that Lord Farquhar haircut, that Lego chop and screw bob, that greasy, stiff biker's helmet hair, permanently stuck in that shape ever since your interrogation. You know, normally I don't really support white women getting box braids or cornrows, but at this point, anything to change up that owl's nest that you have perched on your head. And you have the audacity. And you know what? Honestly, if I looked in the mirror and I saw my head is fucked up every single day, I'd have an attitude too. If I saw that aggressive middle parting like the Red Sea with lice and dandruff just crossing away like Moses, I might also have an attitude. But yeah, she just sits there and she yells at everyone. 5:08:24, 1:34 p.m. to Brian. Stop avoiding my calls.
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
Commissary today. Video visit. Confirmation numbers for Mother's Day. Still waiting for everything, and now you won't answer the phone after telling me every day to call? Stop avoiding my calls.
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
Commissary today. Video visit. Confirmation numbers for Mother's Day. Still waiting for everything, and now you won't answer the phone after telling me every day to call? Again, she just contradicts herself. How is he not answering the phone, yet every day is telling you to call? It's almost like someone is consistently lying, and someone's fed up with answering that, and so they're leaving you on cold. I was going to say cold red, but no, just not answering whatsoever. Good for you. This is the message I like to see. Stop avoiding my calls. Never stop avoiding her calls. Don't pay for shit. And I see a lot of comments of people saying, why doesn't Brian just change his number? Why doesn't he get a no contact order, a cease and desist? Because they have a child. He can't just automatically drop it. She does have parental rights. She has legal rights to be in contact with her son, meaning he has to talk to her on some level until her parental rights are terminated, which they're in the process of doing. And in August, they will finally have their trial to completely settle it all, hopefully, because everything was put on pause while her criminal trial was ongoing, which is a reason why it was obvious she was trying to stall going through 9 different lawyers, because at the end of the day, she knows that she was always going to be found guilty.
Murder in the second degree.
Even if she lives in her own delusional space, there's an anchor point in the center of her brain who knew what was going to happen. Same thing that she did at the interrogation. All this, why is this happening? I can't believe all this punishment enough. I knew something like this was going to happen. Yeah, anyone could have told you that. If you had told your son you were going to go in to answer questions with the police officers before you left, he probably would have said,
Court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections with credit time served.
is that a great idea? Huh. Well, good luck. Some things are jumping out to me in these other messages, so I'm not going to read full out, but anything I do find interesting, I might bring up. Yeah, because this one has to do with her son talking to Christina.
Christina! Christina's gone. The little tramp didn't leave any money to pay her, so she left. Just like your little slut.
Real quick. Well, another week without commissary after Brian lied about not giving me any last week because he was going to buy the 2 small packages finally in my hymnal for Mother's Day. Though Son told me nope and nothing for Mother's Day. If I keep asking, he's going to take me to court to finally shut me up. Yes, yes, he is. If I keep asking, he's going to take me to court to finally shut me up. That is the most self aware sentence I think I've seen her write ever. But she keeps asking anyway. And then she goes to court. And then she's like, why can't we do mediation? Even though she knows from the start why she's going to court because of her actions. In front of Son, I'm so sick of this and his lies and making Son not respect me. I hung up on him. Did I tell you Son lied about sending me a printout of a rainbow and his report card and a selfie with Yoshi? He said it was easier for him to lie to me. Didn't really care. I humbled myself a few days later and called asking him to really send, and he said he did. It's been over a week. Again, I told him I know he doesn't give a fuck and hung up. Oh my gosh, you're a terrible mother. Oh, you're a terrible mother. Oh my gosh. I have lucked out in life and I'm very blessed with that. I have an amazing mom who has never even considered cursing at me or anything. And she's yelled at me plenty of times and she's been mad and she's disciplined and she's done this and she's done that. Never has she ever considered talking to me the way, or have I even gotten that thought or feeling or anything the way she talks to him. I feel bad for him through just her secondhand recounts of those conversations. I can only imagine how abusive they actually are. You said, I told him he doesn't give a fuck and hung up, yet you're mad he hangs up on you. So he's supposed to forgive all of those moments and forgive anything you do and just accept any treatment because you're going through a hard time. But anytime you feel like he's being mean to you, it's the worst thing ever. Not that he's a literal child who makes mistakes and they're going to hurt your feelings. And you say, I humbled myself and called him a later. You mean the next day? Humbling yourself is not continuing to harass the person who has made it clear they do not want to talk to you and lied to you to get you to stop talking to them. You wanted him to send you a printout of a rainbow? What does that do? And his report card? Okay, whatever. And a selfie with Yoshi? Nope. I don't like the pictures. Don't send the pictures, especially not of kids. Um, but the rainbow in his report card, who cares? Sure. And he says like it's easier. He said it was easier for him to lie to me. Exactly. How about you internalize that message that everyone around you lies to you because they say it's easier to lie to you than for you to actually accept the true answer, which you don't. You tell everyone to this day that not a single lawyer ever answered a single question you ever had, and no one told you anything because she uses absolute, humongous, big language like that. And they all have told you things. They all have tried to support you in the ways that they can. It's not the ways you want them to, so you spit in their face and say they did nothing. Same thing here, same thing there. Your son could do all this, all that for you. If he's not continually doing it, then it's as if he didn't do it to begin with. My point is, can you look up the last entries on the clerk's website so I can do whatever I need to get him in court? What? Sorry to waste another 50 cents to tell you the same crap. No, you're not. You do it all day, every day. All you do is repeat these same messages and waste money and money and more money and then complain and ask for more because you feel entitled to more. Wow, I can't believe you told your son things that you have told your son. I wish you would man up and tell me if you want me in your life or not. You don't want to see me? Last time you said you did. Just tell me if you don't want me in your life. You should love your only mother. You're my only son. No matter what, no matter you can't erase, ignore, da 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 da, in that I will always be in your life. Literally threatening a child, saying, you will never run away from me, your abuser. And so what does he do instead of going back and forth? Because what's the conversation? Hey, Mother's Day's coming up. What are you going to send me? You know, I really, really miss you and I can't wait to see you. So she would automatically push all of these answers into it. I can't wait to see you, and everyone's going to be enjoying a hot meal. So I'm really looking forward to that. And you opening your Christmas presents in front of me and this and that. Meanwhile, she hasn't let him say a word, yet somehow he's agreed to all of these things. And that's how she treats pretty much everyone. If you don't respond to her with a yes, then you responded to her with a yes. But yes, if I keep asking, he's going to take me to court to finally shut me up. Hell yes. And that's what's happening right now. Hopefully, it'll all be over shortly. I imagine she has just ramped up the abuse. Well, actually, no, she can't. In prison, she doesn't have access. I don't know if she has access to tablets. I don't know if she doesn't have access to tablets completely, but if she does, it's very limited, and she's not out here sending this many messages. I just can't believe that. He doesn't give a fuck. I told him I know he doesn't give a fuck and hung up. Okay. 5:11:24, 1:42 p.m. to brother. What are you doing? Hi, I've called a few times and sent messages with no response. Where are you? Everything okay? I need to know about my attorney and if she's called about my bond information. What's going on with that? Please let me know ASAP. Also, did you look into the $9 fish soap for Sun I sent in my last message? Thanks for loving me. Tomorrow is Mother's Day, my fifth one here. Miss you. Thank you. Seize the day. My fifth one here, like you didn't literally just tell him the last message. This is my fifth one. I can't believe this is my fifth one. Rest of your life in prison. You will never have another Mother's Day where you are a free woman, where you could have. You could have had plenty of Mother's Days where you were free. But because you are who you are and you want the ways the way you want ways, and you can't accept any responsibility or accountability for your actions whatsoever, even if it would help you to avoid accountability, you ended up here. It'll probably be until she's 80 when she finally has to accept that she's the reason that she is where she is and that she is deserving of exactly what she got, because she squandered everything she had. She has no idea how many people would have loved to have her situation, to have the love she had, to have the support she had. Yes, she doesn't have many families, but she had plenty of people who cared about her. She had a son who cared about her. She chose to love alcohol, cigarettes, and her addictions more than all of that. She took it for granted, thought it should always be there, and now that it's disappearing, she can't believe it and is making it your fault. How dare you treat me different because I murdered someone? Meanwhile, she treats them different when they don't pick up the phone. Okay, I need to take a break.
I gave 18 years of my life to stand in the same spot as you. Don't you think I ever wanted other things? Don't you think I had dreams and hopes? What about my life? What about me? Don't you think I ever crossed
5:12:24, 8:37 p.m. from brother. What are you doing? Hello there. Happy Mother's Day. I hope that this will be your last. I deposited $25 into your account and bought you 2 food package thingies. I talked to your lawyer and I cannot do the address as she stated that I would have to come down to the courthouse and have my picture taken and possibly on the TV, which is a hell no. In addition, the court would need to prove that I have the funds and show them my bank records, which is another hard no. And I'm not posting bond as I do not have that money. I talked to her in length and I like her as she is doing the best she can with what she has to work with. I told her about all the other shitbag lawyers that quit on you, and she understood your anger and frustration. However, She did mention to me that she is in discussion with the prosecution and they are working out a plea deal that you need to take if they offer it to you. Because of that video that was on your phone, you could be looking at life, Sarah, if you go to jury. She said a plea deal is your best interest. And I agree. You would be looking at 15 years or less. And with time served, you could go down to 4 to 7 years plus. I'm doing everything that I can for you out here, and I know it is hard for you. I love you, and again, I am always here for you. I hope that you have the best Mother's Day that you can. I don't know about the soap because how am I supposed to get it to Brian and if he will even give it to him? Well, I love you, and again, I am here for you always. There you go, Philip. You were finally told the truth. You talked to Miss Cashman Esquire at length. And it seems like she explained everything to you. Unlike Sarah, you took in the message and understood exactly what she was saying. Sarah just hears, oh, you think I'm guilty. You think I'm guilty. You want me to take a plea deal because you don't believe in me. You think, yes, I do. Absolutely. You filmed it because of the video on your phone. Everyone with a brain stem understands this, can connect these two dots. Not you. But as we see, this was what I was talking about. She brokered that plea deal for 15 years or less. She got them to agree to it. That's how you know she is that girl. And Sarah still spat in her face, thinking that she knows better. She knows better than everyone, this and that. I'm God's favorite. She doesn't know anything. She's a viper. But he said, Happy Mother's Day. I hope this will be your last. I know he meant your last in there, but thought that was funny. And yeah, you keep saying all you need to do is add an address. As it in the same breath you say, I don't know about this process. I've never been through this. But also I know more than a woman who's been doing this profession for 40 years. So no, you don't just need an address. If all you needed was an address for bail, everyone would be out on bail. No, there's a lot of factors that go into it. You don't just get a bond and they say, okay, come up with the money. Courts don't grant motions based off of semantics. If a court order is granted, you need to be able to follow through with it. And so, yes, that would mean he needs to go down to the courthouse, have his pictures taken. Why? Because we don't know who he is otherwise. He could be Lana Albert just saying, Hi, I'm Philip Paulsen. This is my address. Oh, we'll just believe you. Bump, 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 bump. No, you have to be basically put into this system yourself because you're tethered to that inmate at this point. When you put yourself up like that, what? It's like co-signing a car or something like that. But jail. And he's even saying, I'm doing everything I can for you out here. Does she care about that? No, because you're not giving her enough commissary and enough packages. So you're not doing anything for her in her eyes. It's all on her own. She has to do everything herself. And here we go. Just like people from May 2024 were telling her to take this plea deal, and she still rejected it. Judge Crane gave her the last and final opportunity. If you reject this plea deal and you are found guilty, the lowest sentence you can be considered for is 22 and a half years.
Do you understand that if we were to proceed to trial in this matter, and if you were found guilty, the lowest permissible sentence that the court could levy in this case would be 22.5 years in the Department of Corrections? Do you understand that? Ma'am, understanding the state's offer, do you wish to accept or reject the state's offer to resolve this case?
Reject.
And in her mind, she thought 22 and a half years was her max because she can't think or conceive of the idea that someone would think to give her life. She heard, oh yeah, life's on the table, but that's not for me. Again, George is a Hispanic male that I murdered. No white woman goes to jail for life for that. And it's not always about race, but it is enough to be problematic and to be mentioned. Because honestly, if she had killed a white man, I think she would have taken this seriously. I don't think she would have just automatically thought she would have gotten off and that everyone was going to be on her side. She started from the very beginning with her family. They call me the blue-eyed white dragon. They call me the white devil.
I'm just telling you, like, yeah, this is gonna be a while. I'm afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I am afraid for my life. His family have never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. But yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that they're gonna think I killed him.
Why would they think that?
They always have said that. They've always have said that.
What have they
I
said?
told you, it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they call me.
What does fuck you mean to you?
Well,
Like if I were to tell my
like he
partner.
does. Like, I get called everything but a white woman, so
Okay.
my intention was not to leave him in there.
You hear that, white detectives? We can connect on this instantly. And everyone from the beginning is like, wow, that's cringe. So the family of the man you killed said that you were going to kill him and called you a demon? Okay. Meanwhile, she thought she was going to prove that that means she's innocent. Oh, of course. Obviously, anyone who calls someone a white devil and anyone who's Hispanic who's ever hit a woman in the past, obviously, he did this to himself. No. Much like everything else in life, you did this to yourself. And he's trying everything he can, your other lawyers, and what we're hearing is that he only listens to you. He's like, I told her about the other shitbag lawyers that quit on you. It wasn't that they just quit, it was that they were abused and forced to leave.
Other inmates, aka clients, to accept its subpar, nonchalant, hypocritical, next on the list attorneys they keep aimlessly throwing darts for, malappointing, praying they don't withdraw. I have not fired any attorneys appointed in my case. For me expecting the highest equal standards possible, for wanting the absolute best outcome in my preposterous, mismanaged case, and representing myself is not an option, as both judges have now threatened me with, from being outspoken and intelligent in all my observations of the ongoing abuse I am and have experienced.
You do not go to your job to be abused, not by your employer, not by your clients, not by customers, not by anyone. But then he even mentioned that Miss Cashman said she understood your frustration. Why? Because she has a history of dealing with difficult clients and she knows how to handle them and knows how to make things keep moving and make things happen. Even after all your attitudes, she is still giving you the best option. And he said she's doing the best with what she had. Sarah thinks that this is a good case. This is the worst case I've ever seen in my life in terms of trying to become innocent or guilty. And on paper, I would never even consider the future or the possibility that someone who does such a horrific and horrible, violent murder would get 15 years to nothing. Meanwhile, there's people who have marijuana drug convictions in jail for life because of the mandatory minimums that still haven't been overturned to this day. There's people in prison for life over stealing an alleged backpack. But she was going to get 15 years for killing someone in a suitcase. Thank goodness she is who she is to her core, and she always sabotages herself, thinking the world is against her and that she deserves better and more. And now she would get more time to herself than she ever had in the past. If she wanted George to leave her alone, like she did when she yelled at him to go downstairs because he woke her up by sleeping outside of the door. There you go. Now you have all the time to yourself. You don't have to worry about that 64-woman dorm. They're all together in gin pop, having friends, having hot meals, doing this, doing that, and you are in your cell getting really well acquainted with yourself. Hopefully, you have your Bible that you can actually read now because you can't flaunt it in front of anyone. So you would actually have to read it and comprehend it rather than just virtue signaling by holding it in your arm all day. Okay. But anyway, this is him officially rejecting, saying, hard no. I've talked with someone who actually knows what they're doing, and they told me everything I'm required to do, and it's a no. Do you think Sarah accepts that? Oh, and then she sent this message to Christina.
Christina,
the next morning before messaging her brother. So I'm going to read that one because it seems abusive. Where are you?
Christine is gone.
Not even a message for Mother's Day? Sheesh, you're worrying me. I hope everything is okay as I haven't heard from you at all and I keep sending messages. What the fuck? Before anything, Trish told my brother he has to go to the courthouse and have his picture taken and sign documents stating payment for a bond. I'm so fucking mad she did that and also told him a ton of news crews would be there and he would be on TV. He said, hell no. She also told him she's working out a plea deal with the state that she wants him to encourage me taking. Otherwise, I'm probably going to get life in prison. What is the procedure to get a bond? I have never heard from the hundreds of people we've seen come in and go ever talk about going to the courthouse to get their picture taken for a bond. Also, that person's address you're using is the same person posting the bond. He is not at all in any way going to let me use his address now because of what she told him. Please look up this info before I rip into her about this. That is important and time sensitive. Please. I am so mad. I feel like I want to throw up. Help me with this ASAP. Love you. Mad at you for nothing yesterday. Hoping you're thriving and smiling. I'm not. You're an awful friend too. What the fuck? You didn't message me on Mother's Day? How could you? Also, she told him he would have to do this. None of the other hundreds of people who have gone in and out, hard pause, hard stop right there, have gone in and out. Have you noticed how you have not gone out even once ever? That means their offenses are not the same as yours, and their offenses allowed them to leave and get out, not yours. The severity of your charges are like the biggest factor in all of this, which is just crazy to me. So of course she's yelling at someone else. But this is how she is. Love you, mad at you for nothing yesterday, so you don't. That you just throw words out there. It's the constant whiplash. I love you so much, brother who does nothing for me. Son, you are the biggest, brightest love and joy in my life, even though you backbite, insult, dehumanize your mother, your one and only mother. That's why you can't believe any of her love bombing ever. Because anyone who could love bomb like that and then in the same breath insult and abuse and gaslight you never meant the love bombing to begin with. They meant that as the precursor to guilting and abusing you. I hope you're thriving and smiling. I'm not. What does that mean? I don't hope you're thriving and smiling. I'm not thriving and smiling, but I want you to know you have the option that I don't. And how could you not send me anything for Mother's Day? And she always jumps to conclusions. We don't know why Christina didn't answer her. But it doesn't matter. She took it personally.
Christine is gone.
Okay, now she messages her brother a little less than an hour later. Oh, because she was probably writing all of this. Good grief. Wow, I cannot believe she told you that. I'm not upset with you, so don't get it twisted. You do not have to go to the courthouse and get your picture taken. For the phenomenal amount of people that have come and gone in the amount of time I've been here, no one has ever said they have to do all that. So what's the point of a bail bondsman? They're the one who tells you what you need to do, etc. And it makes no difference as the point of the bond is for me to use my effing rights. What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? And her telling you about the news crews? Really? How would they even know about anything to be there? And her telling you to encourage me to take a plea deal? Who the fuck is this woman? She's never said anything to me about any of this, but does you and threatens me through you with life in prison if I don't take whatever it is they're supposedly working on together and not with me. OMG, for every person I've known in here to have her as their attorney attorney has either fired her or gone against what she tells them because she lies about everything, which I told you about already. Perfect example. My friend who was in here with me for 4.2 years and had her for her attorney hated her. The attorney kept trying to get her to sign for 10 years probation and going to program for 2 years. My friend said no over and over and kept holding out. She went home 2 weeks ago with all her charges dropped. This bitch kept threatening her with prison time too. And you see what happened? Please, God, tell me she hasn't brainwashed you. Please, God, you don't know anything about anything, only what she and all the other lying piece of shit lawyers tell you. I don't know what to say except I rebuke you, Satan. Not you. Another defeat and more lies. Thank you for the packages. I'm so upset. I won't get them until next Monday, so I'll let you know. For son, I would give you his address to have the soap shipped to him. Brian has no say in it or about it. Just order from the website and have it shipped to son. Please cancel the package or whatever so he can finally have this. Please, please let me know if you do and if there's an ETA for him to receive. Please. I just don't know what to say about anything anymore. God help me. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, she crashed the fuck out on this one. This is a 10 out of 10. Yeah, that's really going to make me want to give you my address now. Right. Okay, I have to cut in here because I don't know where else to put it and I just have things to say, so we're going to do this before my original breakdown. The way I just don't get it, how you can get this big and still know nothing. Like she's talked about this isn't, you don't have to do this, you don't have to do that. In the past, she talked about this is what a bail bondsman is for. I'm supposed to do this, I'm supposed to do that. And like she thinks the bail bondsman has anything to do with you actually being granted a bond. No, bail bondsmen help you pay. They don't actually help you get the bond. You have to be granted it first, and then you go there and say, hi, I can't pay.
Insufficient funds. You ain't got no money. Woo.
And they say, okay, we'll pay for you because you have to put up 10% of the bond. And they have to be a certified bail bondsman because they're, certified with the court that they will pay this much right now. And if they skirt on their responsibilities, then the bail bondsman will pay the full amount of their bond. However, the bail bondsman will have gotten collateral of yours equivalent to what you are asking for of some kind. And the difference with going through a bail bondsman is if you go on your own and you pay for bond, then you get that bond back at the end of the trial, regardless of the outcome. Going through a bail bondsman, you don't get that money back. It is non-refundable. You are paying the bail bondsman. They are taking care of bail while holding your collateral, and you'll have some payment system. And then I'm imagining that if you go through the process without issue, they get their bail back that they put up for you, and then you just work out whatever terms that you worked out with them. But she seems to think, I don't need anyone, I don't need to know how to pay any of this. Like a bail bondsman, I just meet with him and he'll figure all this out, and all I need is a bond hearing. No. And she always goes, you don't know anything about anything. She says this to everyone, to her son, to Brian, to her brother. You don't know anything about anything. And she says this because she thinks because it's her lived experience that she knows more. But you can live a whole life and be completely clueless. Case in point. Just because you are there does not mean you actually know how things work. And you get to tell your brother, I've seen it all. I've seen girls leave and come in here and leave. I'm like, you don't know their cases, how any of this came to be. And if you do learn anything, it's from word of mouth. And you don't even know if their client fully understands why they were granted a bond and what that means. But I want to go and finish up the bond hearing, not the bond hearing, but the hearing with Kranick discussing the bond, because she explains all of this, and I can't stand it when she tries to act all, I know more than everyone. And she's like, well, I explained it to myself. I know this, I know that. No one has ever had to do that. And Cranick had to pretty much throw it right back in her face. And her response to that always annoys me.
Ms. Cashman is not giving attention to or dismissing as you may have framed it.
Yes, Your Honor. She likes to tell me that I don't like her answers. She's not giving me any answers to dislike, and I had written 3 pages worth of questions, and I'm still waiting for her and any other attorney to actually answer for me, such as, why can't I have a bond? Why can't I have a download of my phone? Why can't I speak to my investigator? Why can't I have my medical records? Why can't I fully utilize my constitutional rights? There's 3 pages worth of questions that I have.
What constitutional rights specifically?
I'm very leery about having a fair trial at this point. There's a handful of other amendments that I have been researching and working on and trying to incorporate. To me, what I have written to you is obvious, and apparently from the correspondence that I get from the world, South Korea was the last place that I received correspondence. They obviously see the same thing. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong other than wanting to have a very successful outcome.
And that's what you're doing wrong. You are trying to do all of this claiming you need, want, require a successful outcome. I just can't believe the lack of self-awareness to tell a judge and the world in your mind that you deserve a successful outcome during a murder trial. This is not like a drug trial or something that's, nebulous that can be argued either way. This is someone's life was ended because of your actions, which you have admitted to doing from the phone call, from the 911 phone call.
Is this a police or medical? My boyfriend is dead.
No, tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in his case and we were playing. And like kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep and I woke up and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
So you always asserting this, I need a successful outcome, is just so annoying, aggravating, and tone deaf as I don't know what. But completely didn't answer the question, right? Because she just likes to spout out words, and Cranick honed right in, you're bringing up constitutional rights, you're doing it on the record in front of everything, thinking as long as I say enough buzz and trigger words, I don't think I am having a fair trial, this and that are supposed to be like perk your ears for appellate issues. He's honing in. You're saying you're not having your constitutional rights. Which ones? Well, I don't think I'm going to have a fair trial, and I have been researching other amendments that I'm working on incorporating. Okay, but no. You just said you are asking, why can't you use your constitutional rights? But you can't name those rights that you want to use. So you decide to redirect the question, and that's what she does all the time. Instead of actually answering what she is asked, I've said this before, she rewrites the question in her head, then answers that question that we, the audience, are not in on. So it's a completely new question that redirects the conversation somewhere else to where we get to, for me, what I've written to you is obvious. And earlier, when she was originally giving the letter, she said, I have all these things I want you. It's easier for me to write it down and tell you. It's easier to her because she becomes a keyboard warrior, a big pen, rubber jail pen warrior in these text messages saying all this and all that. But you hear her in court, she is quiet as a little mouse, trying to be as meek as possible because she can't back up the words that she writes down. So she's going to yell at you, but she can't actually say it face to face. And when she tries to say it face to face, she makes a fool of herself. So she needs it to be a one-way directional communication where she's not being fact-checked in real time like she is now and being asked to explain yourself.
It's just been long and drawn out, and I believe that God obviously believes in me as much as I do him in order for him to give me this very unique adventure that I am on, and I'm doing my best to let everyone know who I really am as opposed to the malicious murderer that everyone thinks that I am.
Guilty of murder in the second degree.
I don't feel that she can do that properly. I still always, the reason why I'm here is hope, is to hope that she will come in with a gentle, softer side and actually listen to what it is that I'm saying and see the bigger picture other than what's the one avenue that she keeps going down. There's other ways to win and more than one way. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not saying that I'm trying to remove her. I'm just trying to ask you, please, forgive me for having to ask you for this. If you could please let her know, please, to just be nice to me and have a welcoming attitude, and things will probably change, and I will not get up and I walk out.
Which is so childish. This is how you know she is an emotionally stunted adult who is literally stuck in the 8th grade. Sorry, I have to come tell the teacher. Can you please tell her to be nicer to me? What? And she, again, completely misses the plot of all of this with the, I'm just trying to show everyone who I really am instead of the vicious monster everyone thinks I am, and I don't think she can do that. And it's not like I'm asking her to be let off. I don't want her off my case. I just want you to force her to treat me nicer, and things will, quote, probably change. She can't even make any assurances. She can't even say that even if she did treat me nicer, things will change. It's things will probably change, and I won't do that. Translation, things still won't change. I just want more and more. And if you make her be nice to me, then the next thing I come back with will be a new complaint. Because she could change her attitude and have the nicest attitude. Then she comes back and says, oh, she's so condescending. She doesn't mean it. She's so this and that. She's too agreeable. She doesn't contribute to the conversation. She only lets me talk and do this. No. And again, missing the plot of, this is not a trial for you to show who you are. This is a trial for you to prove whether or not you are guilty or innocent of the murder you committed. It doesn't matter what anyone believes. It doesn't matter if we think you're a murderer or not. It depends on what happens in trial and if those jurors find you guilty
of murder in the second degree
or not. But your head is so stuck in the clouds, all you think about are semantics to the point where you're so hung up, you can't even see long-term whatsoever, that you're arguing with the judge about your lawyer being nicer to you. And it would be one thing if she's actually mean to you, as in actually insults you, but everything you say is her not giving in to your demands. You're mad because she continues to talk while you are over-talking her, and you are offended that she won't stop speaking while you are over-talking her. And she likes to use this weaponized helplessness to pretend I'm better than everyone, I have to dumb myself down just to be around her.
I have never experienced anyone like Ms. Cashman, and I have repeatedly. The reason why I'm here is the whole hope thing, where she will change her disposition and her attitude towards me, and it doesn't matter how dumbed down I am to myself to try to coexist with her. I've even come up with a solution to have a pretend judge in the interactions with her, so she would try, hopefully, to treat me appropriately and professionally, which she does not do.
And then in the next breath, it's no one will help me. Why won't anyone explain anything to me? How am I supposed to do this when I'm all on my own and no one's doing this or that? Either you know what you're doing or you don't. But you can't have it both ways. You can't be ignorant and a genius, the client and the lawyer at the same time. You are the defendant on trial for murder. That's it. That is all you are now. Well, actually, all you are now is property of Florida Department of Corrections.
In the Department of Corrections.
Oh, and the only reason I'm here is hope. No, you're here because you killed someone. It's the same thing you said in the interrogation when you said, I would do anything for George. The reason why I'm here today, I still haven't given up on him. I'm here today because I'm still trying to help him.
I've really helped him. I've bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. I mean, that was not my intention. Y'all don't have any idea what I've done for him. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form. Ask everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I miss him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night. I miss him a lot.
I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him and
I never stopped.
trying to...
I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now because I'm still trying to help him.
Yeah, we just don't, I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries, and
I have no idea.
you were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody.
Okay.
I don't know what you want me to say other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him. To this day still. Love him. It's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what, I've done enough for you at this point. I never gave up on him.
Okay.
Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him. I would do anything for him.
Well, you gave up checking up on him, so...
Wouldn't let him out of a suitcase.
Oh gosh.
And she says it with a straight face and expects you to believe, I'm still trying to help him out of the suitcase that I zipped him in and laughed at him and told him I would not help him out of. I'm here today out of hope, even though I am dashing all efforts of hope when you're saying she needs to open her mind to the possibilities instead of going down the one avenue she wants to go down, which is what we now know is the plea deal. So there's more than one way to win and more than one way for everyone. I don't know. She makes this sound like she knows this secret key that will make everyone happy, where everyone can just forget all about this and still say she's innocent at the same time. I don't know. It's so strange to me. She wants her perfect victory, and Miss Cashman is trying to save your life any way she can. And you said, no, I prefer this single cell. Also, what defendant says that to the judge? That there's more than one way to win, that I need to win, I need success. The judge is staring at you like, I will be sentencing you
to life in the Department of Corrections.
At the end of all of this, the judge is judging you throughout this whole process, judging your character, seeing if remorse exists inside you, seeing if self-awareness exists inside you. And when this is your attitude, when it comes to sentencing, you are not going to get anything but this, in my opinion. And I bet she still cries herself to sleep every night going, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. God, why are you taking me on this journey? Meanwhile, she forgets about George all the time, which is why I won't.
Please don't lie to me. Please don't give me half-truths. And
What instances where there's been falsities or lies that have been told to you by Ms. Cashman? Can you give me an example?
my biggest one, Your Honor, is for me being here ongoing 5 years, no one has ever bothered to try to get me a bond.
What's the lie? Oh! You said that she has lied to you. What is the lie?
The process of getting a bond. She lied to my brother in regards to telling him that he would need to come down to the courthouse to have multiple photographs taken for documentation. He would have to bring the security information, deeds to his house, financial statements, so on and so forth. And the icing on the cake was to be aware of all of the news camera crews and everyone that's going to be there in order to document him being there to do what he's going to for the bond. What is a bondsman for? She's supposed to just do the motion for the bond, and then from there, the bondsman and I and whomever else are to work it out.
So what part of that is a lie?
Exactly, because she just gave this very official sounding process of things that would need to be checked off the box, and she's looking at you and expecting you to think that that is preposterous, that's stupid. And she's like, what's a bail bondsman for? We just went over it. It's not for you to get the bond. She just said, my knowledge that I had to teach myself because she's a dumbass and she wouldn't tell me anything, so I had to learn myself.
What other information is it that you're seeking to have me take a look at?
It's things that I've been working on in the meantime. It's things that she likes to tell me is not necessary, but I know for a fact it is necessary. She likes to, in quotes, put things to rest all the time and constantly tells me I'm not having this conversation with you. So I'm not going to waste my time, and I, being in jail, have supposedly abundant amounts of. She's not going to waste my time because she's not going to explain something to me. And I have taken it upon myself to explain it to myself because she refuses to do so.
All I need to do is give her a phantom address. All she has to do is a bond hearing. I go to a bail bondsman, and then I go home. No, none of that is a lie. Again, just because you don't know stuff doesn't mean it's unclear. I really wish, and you know, she wouldn't listen to people anyway, but all of her fans who do talk to her, she needs to run these arguments by them to be like, hey, does this make sense? Does this check out? So I'm not literally going to a judge trying to teach them about the law.
I just simply wanted to have her do a motion for a bond hearing.
But the statement that you said is that Ms. Cashman, who's an officer of the court, has lied to you. And what you've provided me so far is not evidence of any lies based on the severity of the charge.
I believe, because she's not fully explained it to me other than what she's asked me for that I tried to provide to her, was that I just need to give her an address. And that's what I gave to her, and then it turns into everything else. And then it turns into all these other different stories of why she won't do or why she has said certain things. It always changes and it mutates after I ask her for certain things, not just for the bond, but for other things also.
Okay, well, let's focus on the bond issue.
Exactly. I love how Cranick always recenters her because she likes to just go into these big abstract concepts of I'm being abused, I'm being mistreated, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And you can see even in her facial expressions, she will not let him finish his sentence. She is passively listening and not actively listening. Active listening is trying to take in what you're hearing. Passive listening is listening to respond. She is just waiting her turn. Doesn't matter what he says. She is just waiting to spew and unhinge her jaw to spew out more venom that doesn't connect back to her original claim, because all she wanted to do was complain and not actually back up the claims that she asserts. And that's why he made it clear of, you have said that Miss Cashman, who is an officer of the court, who is bound to be truthful, you are accusing her of lying. Sarah doesn't think it's anything. She says these big, bold, like I said, buzzwords to perk up people's ears, but these are serious allegations people need to take seriously. So you need to be able to explain yourself before you make these big, huge accusations. You get mad when you think, oh, people are assuming this of me and they're saying I'm doing that. They're calling me difficult. Meanwhile, you're calling them liars, manipulators, abusers, people who are literally misusing funds and doing other illegal activities. You throw all these accusations that you can't back up. So then what do? Well, since she didn't explain it to me, because all she told me was that I needed to give her an address, which I did, and then it warped into this and that, and then this and that. I'm like, that kind of sounds like she explained it to you. Explain that you need more than just an address, or else there wouldn't have been anything afterwards. If she had only done what you say, you would have given her the address and then she wouldn't have done anything. She wouldn't have told you anything else. You would have came back and say, what's the process of the bond going? How's that going? And then she would have tried to dodge and say, oh yeah, I didn't do anything because now I need all of this and all of that. But no, she's telling you up front, this is a useless venture because you need this, this, and this. How do we know you know? Because your brother told you as well. Says, I talked to her at length. This is what she said. He clearly laid it out for you. But now in front of Kranick, you want to act like no one ever mentioned this to me ever. She never explains anything to me, even though you cut her off when she's trying to explain it because you don't like hearing what she has to say. And so she tries to redirect it turns into mutates things and the story changes and she's lying to me. And it's not just about this, about other things too. Well, no, let's focus on the bond. Because if we let you go off into the races, into the stratosphere, you will just throw accusation after accusation, slander after slander, libel after libel, accuse crime after crime in an attempt to get what you want. But Kranick, being smart, stops you right here. Because if you can't explain this claim, if you can't articulate this claim, anything else you say means nothing. Because it means you're just saying words to say words and you want to win a fight that you don't even know how to argue.
Because you said that she's lied to you, and in what you've told me so far, none of that is inaccurate.
So how is it though, because I don't have any experience prior to this, so I don't know the process of getting a bond other than what I have read, and it's just for her to do a bond, a motion for a bond hearing. But I didn't know that anyone, all of the other inmates, even officers, have ever said that they've had to do that process in order to have photographs taken and documented and news crews and visit to his house. He's not posting my bond, which I told her a million and one times, but she still spooked him by asking by him thinking that he's going to have to, and it would threaten his security clearance considering he's in the service, the military. So she totally deterred me from having my brother's address in order for me to have a motion for a bond.
And now we completely backtrack. This is what I'm talking about. This kind of response annoys me more than anything. It's the, I know this, I know that, she doesn't know. Philip, listen to me and know that when I tell you something, it's from experience. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Get in front of Judge Kranick. Well, how am I supposed to know if, I've never done this before? You've never been on trial for second-degree murder? No. Well, no, that's also something that doesn't sit with me or makes me laugh. Most people who are on trial for as serious of an offense as you are have never been there before for that serious offense, or more likely than not, they would be in prison. You lucked out. You should have been in prison a while ago in 2018 when you were arrested on a third-degree felony, strangulation felony, domestic violence, aggravated battery, enhanced by strangulation, because strangulation is an aggravating factor. You cannot strangle someone unintentionally. So we say this all the time. Strangulation is the #1 threat indicator in domestic violent relationships, where if strangling occurs, those situations have a higher chance of ending in homicide. Not every case, but the ones that ended in homicide and the ones that do, a lot of times there's a past that deal with emotionally charged assaults like strangulation. This means you are a danger to society. This isn't just a one-off, I killed someone, I've never been violent before in my entire life, why don't I have a bond? You were denied bond because of the seriousness of the charge, the seriousness of his injuries, your criminal past, which you wanted to go back and forth with that guy when they had the hearing about whether she can be handcuffed or not. And she kept trying to say, the charges were dropped, I was never charged with third-degree felony. You were charged, you weren't convicted, because the charges dropped because George would not be cooperative and continue pressing charges against you.
So the domestic violence, the original, was dropped. I was never charged with that.
It was dropped. You were charged and arrested. I don't know why the state dropped it. It could be because both parties, based on the report that I read, did not want to cooperate, so they probably didn't have information to go forward with the charges. That does not mean that you didn't commit the act. It just meant the state felt that they didn't have a case that they could win.
What is your definition of probably did not cooperate? Was it a fact or you're just guessing? Both of the charges were dropped for Mr. Torres and for myself was because we did cooperate and there was not enough information. And we received documentation in the mail, both of us, for the reasons why it was dropped. And then what about, do you need the documentation for the domestic charge that I was not charged with and it was dropped cooperatively?
I do know that the charges were dropped. I'm just saying that is in your history.
I understand, but I was never charged with it, correct?
You were charged with it. It was dropped. The charges were dropped.
But it is not on my record.
The arrest is on your record.
But the charge for the domestic violence is not on my record.
No, you were never convicted.
To ask and answer, Your Honor.
Overruled. You were never convicted of the domestic battery charge, but you were charged with it.
And the case was dropped.
Yes.
Am I, in your opinion, a flight risk or detrimental to the courtroom and am a threat of any type of harm?
Based on what I've researched, I don't know you personally, but based on my research, I don't think it would be appropriate for you not to be in restraint.
Damn, you walked right into that.
And then what was the year, please, for the charge that was dropped with the domestic violence?
It was 2018.
2018?
Correct.
And it is now 2024.
Yeah. And 2 years later, you killed that same man. What are you talking about? But the evidence was there, and they could have gotten a conviction if they did go to trial on that. So all of that plays into the balance of this. And you saying, well, how am I supposed to know? I just didn't know anything besides what I read. How am I supposed to know? Your lawyer is telling you. You are not listening. You are saying, she told me all I need to do is give her my address or give her a address. Then she's saying I need this. Then she's saying I need that. Then it turns into this and that. Then 5 seconds later, well, how am I supposed to know any of this? No one's told me anything. Well, apparently not. Apparently she has told you how things work. You don't like her answer. You assert your own answer. The judge tells you you're wrong. Now it's, well, how am I supposed to know? She deterred me from having a bond because she won't let me get my brother's address by allowing me to lie to him and say, you don't need to do any of this. Why does he need to do any of this? Because you're homeless. You're not married anymore. You lost your townhome. You have no records. You have no familial ties, allegedly. You don't have anywhere to go. So if you were going to even make a bond motion, you have to be able to fill this stuff out. That's why she said, do you have anywhere to stay? If Philip is going to be your place to stay, they're going to need to have all of his information. Why? Because another thing she doesn't get is that if she were somehow magically, mythically allowed to make bond, then due to the severity of her charge, she would be under the most restricted bond possible, meaning ankle monitor, house arrest, no contact with Brian or son. You could not leave the front door steps of Philip's house. Maybe you can go into the yard without that ankle monitor setting off, but you would not be a free woman in the sense that you think you would be. You would be literally a couch potato where your brother and Kayla have to come home to the murderer who's been eating all the, what is Tanika said, Zuzu and Wham Whams from the cabinet and using all my hot water. So she just misunderstands everything about the situation, blames you for her misunderstanding, and then believes that because we both acknowledge she had a misunderstanding, we should adopt her understanding and say, I'm sorry that you're too dumb to keep up.
No one else has even bothered to even ask me for one, and I will be honest with you in the court. I know for a fact with however sky high my limit would be for my bond to receive, I know for a fact, unless my fans would set up GoFundMe pages, or God's will, or however else it is He planned for me to have it paid, if at all, my point is to utilize my rights to have a bond. And with the information I have included in here to you, for the amount of saturation of publicity, there's nowhere that I could go, even if I were to be an, in quotes, flight risk, because of the amount of information that everybody already knows about me, what I look like, and what I eat, apparently, and so many other things. There's nowhere I could go if I were to even think about being a flight risk. It's just the fact that I would like please to have a bond so I can say that I actually achieved something while I was incarcerated.
Okay.
There's other things, there's so many other questions that I have to ask.
Which are outlined in your submittals there, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
She just decided to have the bond hearing right there. I mean, that's it pretty much. That's your only argument. Your only argument is it's my right and I want to have a hearing and I'm not a flight risk because I'm too popular and such a big, humongous celebrity. Everyone would recognize me and I couldn't even leave the front door without a paparazzi following me. So I'm not a flight risk whatsoever. Yeah, Donna Adelson would have said the same thing before they caught her ass right before she hopped on a plane, okay? So people try things all the time. And it's just, you say, I just want to use my constitutional rights. It's already been used. Again, just because you forgot that you were denied bail, just because you, Sarah Catherine Boone Paulsen,
My peach.
do not understand does not mean your rights have been abused, lost, or what have you. There are other circumstances that can allow you to get a bond because you need new circumstances. If you were already denied, you don't get to just wait and say, hey, I'm going to go up again, unless there was an extreme delay in your trial not caused by you. That is one of the things. If there's an extreme time delay and for some reason trial just hasn't happened, you can ask to be resubmitted or like a new bond hearing. But when you go through 8 lawyers and get 16 continuances from the defense, that's all on you. That's no one's fault, and there's no obligation to give you a bond because you decided to stall. Because that's what everyone would do. Everyone would be so uncooperative, so rude, so defamatory, so vitriolic, belligerent, and just insulting to all of their lawyers to extend time and say, hey, can I go out on bail until I finally decide to let a lawyer represent me? I think I'll be ready by the time my son's an adult. And I will be honest with you and the court. It gets me every time. She's like saying, I'll be honest with you, Mr. Kranick and Judge Kranick. That no matter how sky high my bond, I don't think she conceives of how high her bond would be. Because in her, F off message to the judge that she condensed, she was talking about how she deserves her $15,000 and how she had to submit motions that all the others should have for making them the most expensive motions at $45,000 or something like that. Hatred for all those who did not include me to receive my $15,000 share I worked for when Judge Kranick forced me to be my own attorney, to represent myself as pro se.
Don't laugh. You can't laugh.
Bon appetit!
Wow, I cannot believe. I mean, we've reached just new levels, new depths of lunacy. I cannot believe she just said, where is my $15,000 for representing myself? Madam, I'm not sure you quite understand how a job works. Jobs perform services for individuals who need services performed. I'm not getting paid to unclog my own toilet. That's why I call a plumber. You need to be defended against your second-degree murder charge. That is a you issue. Our Constitution just affords you the right to have a court-appointed counsel when your broke ass can't afford it.
Insufficient funds. You ain't got no money.
But that is not at all to say that you are supposed to get paid for doing any legal work whatsoever, especially when it's on your own case. I mean, how dumb can you really be? Wow.
I actually and finally got my own discovery. Almost 5 years later, filed motions all prior should have done, making them the most expensive motions ever at over $46,000 between 3 prior attorneys: Frank J. Bankowitz, Walter E. Hobson, Patricia A. Cashman,
Sarah Catherine Paulsen.
You're eating my peach.
I'm like, if you think that's the most expensive motion ever, your bond would at a minimum be like $500,000 to $1 million. I'd say the lowest bond you could possibly ever get would be $250,000. But there's no way it would be lower than that. And you have to pay 10% of that, so you need $25,000, $50,000, or $100,000 to even be eligible to get out if somehow you got it. But you say, I just want the bond to use my rights so I can say I succeeded in something. You didn't. You haven't, and you won't. Jail is not meant for you to succeed. People can succeed while in jail, but they're not entitled to it, and you believe you are entitled to it. Also, I forgot to mention back with she lied to my brother, made him do this, and said that he's going to have to take pictures, and said he's going to have the news crews show up. How are the news crews even going to know? Well, you asked the same question when you were made pro se, and you got all up in arms because you were told about a hearing at like 2, 3 a.m. saying you had court. You showed up, and the news media was there, and you're like, how did everyone else find out before me? Even though I'm like, you got woken up at 2, 3 a.m. Obviously, the meeting was scheduled last minute. You were notified before the news crews were notified. Could they have notified you a few hours before then? Yeah, probably. It would have been the same thing. But anyway, she just threw a fit and kept asking Kranick, why are the news here? Why is the news crews here?
Okay. My question is, was a notice of hearing posted or mailed to anyone to where apparently the news crews obviously got it? How is it that I do not know anything about this other than my bunk being kicked at 3 o'clock in the morning telling me I have court? Just very odd to me that the news knew about it before I did.
Again, I can't speak to that.
How is it the news knows before I do?
You keep asking the same question, and the answer is going to be the same. I cannot answer that question for you because I do not know.
I really don't know what to say, and because I supposedly have no way to contact you other than a letter, and the same for you, I don't know how the news crews got here before I did.
I've already explained.
Ask the news crews how they got here?
No, ma'am, I'm not going to let you do that. They're not under oath. They're not a party to this action right now.
It's wrong and it's unfair.
And she basically wanted to put her brother through this unfairness of, because she doesn't know how anything works, she's being taken advantage of, it's unfair, but in the same breath, Philip, only listen to me, you don't know anything about anything, I only know this all from experience, this is all me, and you know... See, look, even Linda knows more about your situation than you do. So you should listen up to someone at some point and stop acting like you know everything that's going to happen. The amount of things she would have accomplished if she actually worked with people and didn't just assume she knew everything would be scary, because she might have had an opportunity to get away with this. It seems like the stage was set trying to give her every opportunity to save herself and to avoid accountability. But luckily, she is the person she is and only continued to show her true colors until there was only one outcome that could have ever been. And like all of it, because she's saying, I have so many more questions. There's so much. I could go on for hours and hours and hours, which she could. But if your questions are anything like the bond question, where it's all full of lies, misunderstandings, wants, and desires that's not backed up by actual legal, law, factual basis whatsoever, then we don't need to get to them. You want to answer to your question? Ask Jesus. And he'll tell you.
Court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections with credit time served.
But she kept asking the same question to Judge Cranick, and he had to say, you keep asking the same question, it's going to be the same answer. So when you're sitting in that chair now, acting all high and mighty of, there's no way the news would happen. Don't listen, Philip. She knows nothing. But yeah, I just wanted to cover this little section because she is getting so animated, so big, yelling at everyone, claiming she knows more than anyone, and then embarrasses herself every time. Okay, now we're going to go back to my original reaction after reading that message. So again, it's the because I haven't seen it, I haven't witnessed it, it means it doesn't happen. Find me one other girl in that whole prison who has ever been in Orange County Correctional Department facilities, whatever. Find one who has ever locked their boyfriend in a suitcase and watched him slowly die while filming and taunting him after beating him with a bat multiple times and pushing him down a flight of stairs. I think we forget about that too often because the zipping in the suitcase is bad enough already. No one has ever done this. I will stand 10 toes on this one. There's not another human in this world who has beat someone else with a bat, shoved them in a suitcase, pushed that suitcase down the stairs, drug it into the middle, filmed them, and laughed at them while they are begging to be let out. There are plenty of other variants of similar horrible atrocities, but not that. You are unique. You found one of the cruelest tortures I've ever heard of that will be burned into the memory of American society, at least the true crime community, forever, as one of the horrible, worst things someone could do to another person. But she's the type of person who, since she didn't do it with her physical hands, which she did, but since she didn't see the light drain from his eyes with her own physical eyes and hands, then she did nothing. How dare the justice system do all this for her? It is my right, my effing right to have a bond. It really isn't. Just because you're a dumbass doesn't mean the law is unclear or that anyone's doing anything wrong. I rebuke you, Satan. Look, you need to tell yourself that in the mirror to rebuke the demons that live inside you that run around your head that said, do it. Ruin his peace. Really F up his day. This is how you make God love you. And then this other girl who was in here with me for 4.2 years. Haven't you been in there for 4.2 years? This is May. Yeah, and you were arrested in February, March, April, May. So you've been here for 4.3 years. And you want us to believe, oh, I was in here with another girl who was here for 4.2 years and she held out and she got all of her charges dropped and walked away, which is what she thinks will happen. That's why I bring up race, because she doesn't give an F about him and she thinks his life is worthless. He's a Hispanic alcoholic. Who cares? All I have to do is hold out and wait, and my charges will be completely dropped and I will walk away. Ugh, so disgusting. Oh, and she happened to have Miss Cashman Esquire too. I don't believe this. Anytime she says, I've had people who've had them as their clients, she said that in one of the letters talking about Bankowitz, saying, I've talked to, she said she talked to other attorneys who have Bankowitz's clients and rolled their eyes with the assumption of these clients all fired Bankowitz and got hired by these other attorneys. She said multiple S. So she somehow have heard other attorneys have his clients and roll their eyes, say he's not good at this. Similarly here, of course, she has had someone else who had Cashman as her attorney, and Cashman told her to take 10 years probation instead of going to jail or whatever. And honestly, if you weigh in the balance, would you rather be on 10 years of probation in the free world with, limited, minimal restrictions, nothing extreme, or in jail for 4.2 years? Even though one sentence is longer, I'd rather be out in the free world under general rules, probationary rules for 10 years rather than being locked up for 4 and going to a program for 2 years, that tells me the charge was not like this super violent offense. There is no program or class for murderers. Not that I know of, at least not a program that they can attach to bail and bond or probation, as in, yeah, you killed this one person, but we'll put you on probation and you just have to take this little class where you swear I won't kill anyone again. No. Don't tell me she has brainwashed you. You know what? No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to get political. Um, she did mention that she turned in her presidential ballot. I have a I have a strong guess of who I think she voted for. But she thinks everyone's been brainwashed. Don't let her brainwash you by her telling you literal facts. Because you don't like the answer, you don't trust the people who tell you the information, does not mean you weren't given the information. And this thing of she's working out a plea with the state without me. Do you think lawyers work on plea deals with the client in the room and they just say, "Hi, is this okay with you? Well, what's your input? Oh, you wouldn't want a 15-year plea? Well, how much would you want? Oh, you just want to go home? Okay, so we're on the 15-year plea. I think there is some rumor that she wanted 10 years because, again, she has to nickel and dime everything, right? She was already given an outrageous, borderline offensive blessing of a 15-year plea deal. But even that, once in a lifetime, lightning in a bottle plea deal wasn't enough. She would want 10 years max with time served so that she could get out in less than 5. No. It's the same thing with all her lawyers. They weren't calling her, so they weren't working. She's not being involved, so no one's properly representing her. If she is not involved, then it didn't happen. If she doesn't have the confirmation numbers, you didn't order it. If you're not going to send her this whatever ETA, then you didn't order the fucking stupid fish soap for your son. And also, I'm guessing that your brother has fed into your tellings about Brian of all how abusive he is and this and that, being like, how would I even get it to him or your son? Something tells me, I have no idea and I have no proof for this. I don't think Brian hates Sarah's brother. It seems like Sarah's brother has been out of their life, so he would have no reason to dislike her. As long as he's not coming up there saying, why aren't you treating my sister better? You need to do this, you need to do that. But if he just showed up and just said, hey, my sister wanted my nephew to have, which also, yeah, that's your nephew. You can see your nephew. Wanted my nephew to have this little fish soap. I'm just dropping this off. Hope you all are doing well. Have a good day. I highly doubt Brian would be like, get off my lawn. How dare you come here? Don't look at me. Da, 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 da. Tell her to screw off. Although, what I will say, Philip, it is good you're not doing this because then you would become the conduit for her to connect to her son forever in the future. Well, you did this for the fish soap and it worked out. Why won't you do this for the boba drink? Why won't you do this for his Christmas gifts? Why won't you pick up his Mother's Day card so that I know he's not lying and send it to me and then you send it to me from him? So don't ever, you just can't. She has proven herself time and again that you can't do anything above the bare minimum that is legally required for her, or she will take advantage of you 100%. And so then, Sarah, what would you do? What would you do if you convinced him of this lie and he did have to go down there and there were news cameras everywhere and he did get his picture taken and he did lose his military clearance and he did have to put up his house for collateral just for you to get denied bail and we circle back to the starting point again? But this time his face is plastered everywhere and his privacy is invaded. That's why I always say, do not look this man up. Do not contact him. I don't want to know what he looks like. I don't want any of that. We know his name because we've known his name. And we know her other brother's name because he's in the system. So aside from the names, I don't want to know anything else about these people. Leave them alone. Let them live their lives. She has brought down so many people because of her own actions, and she's just going to continue to do it. I don't know what to say anymore. Like, you're just like, I'm so mad. I feel like I'm going to throw up. Go for it. She's mad that she cut her off with her lie. Oh, is this again? Um, this is later in the day to her brother again. 5:13:24, 9:45 p.m. To brother. Important. Before I do anything, I must make sure with you all you stated is the truth and correct as she stated to you. I cannot quote her with incorrect information to the judge. What she told you is false information about the bond. She even told me herself that it's my right. She doesn't want to do anything extra and hasn't done anything, period, that I'm aware of other than condescend me and treat me with prejudice, disdain. Regardless, you and the world have already, quote, drank the punch. No one listens to me, and like the rest of everyone else, you believe her over me. She's not telling you the truth. Know that. Let me know about verbatim and what she said to you. Also, did you see the address about the address for blank? Son, soap, please? You messaged him earlier today. He didn't respond. So you're asking again already. You are insufferable. He told you what she told him. And now you're like, well, I need to know exactly verbatim. That's as verbatim as you're going to get. He doesn't have a phone call recording, a recording of the phone call, and he's not going to quote whatever and then you to quote whatever. You can't misquote her to the judge. Fun fact, good thing you didn't. You said exactly the same. I'm impressed. You said exactly what your brother told you, and you said that she lied to you. You said she lied to you first. And then that story quickly changed. She lied to my brother and completely spooked him with this and that. And Judge Kranick was like, yes. Mm-hmm. He has to do absolutely all of those things. What is your point? Well, why is no one telling me? She's done nothing that I know about. Did he not just tell you she was working on a 15-year plea deal for you? But because she didn't do it with you, like I just said, it didn't happen. And she doesn't know anything. And you already blamed him. Regardless, you and the world have already drank the punch. You are the only one drinking delusional punch here because you think that killing someone on film means you get to go home. And I make George such a big part of these videos because he is. He is the reason this is happening. Not he is the reason, she is the reason. But his death, his vicious murder committed by Sarah Catherine Boone Paulsen is the reason she is here, is the reason Philip has his information online and potentially his job on the line, is the reason your son doesn't love you anymore. I'm not going to say that, but is the reason your son gets easily annoyed with you in your beratement, is the reason that Brian can't stand you and is annoyed that he had to move. You want to say you moved 150 miles away? Yeah, because of you. Do you think Brian just wanted to move 150 miles away? No. In his first interview, he actually mentioned he wanted to move back to College Park, where he's from. But no, he moved 150 miles away, closer to the prison that you will be at for the rest of your life for you. So he still isn't even doing what he wants to do. He has always put his son first. He wanted to buy you out of the house and get you out of their life so that his son can continue some normalcy, wouldn't have to upend his life, could stay in his home. His mom lives down the street. There could be some consistency and normalcy, but not because of Sarah. She couldn't stand that. She only wanted him when she wanted him. She wanted to go over, and Brian mentioned this too, that she wanted to go over to his place to play with him and not have him over when she was supposed to. Now she misses her son. She wants all the time in the world with him. You could have had years. You could have had decades with him. What was it? If she took the plea deal, I think it was he would have been 20 when she was out. And honestly, 20 is such an amazing year to reconnect with your child, if anything. I mean, all the hard parts out of the way. They've found themselves, hopefully, who they are a little more. They have their own autonomy to be able to distance when they need to and to include you when they want to. And because he would be an adult, he wouldn't need Brian's permission. So you could have spent this time repairing that relationship the right way, not the guilting, love your mother, she's going through a hard time. It's love your mother in spite of the fact that she murdered someone and did some horrible, heinous things, but is trying to reform herself and to be the best person she can for you and everyone around her. Ugh, and just see how she talks to her friends, Christina.
Christina!
The subject, terrible equals you.
Christina's gone.
Like, you are so gross. Why do you abuse everyone who gives you a chance? And Christina still got up there and defended you at the sentencing. And this is a constant reminder or like constant pattern in her life of everyone she loves, she's abused. Or everyone who says they love her and that she's nice, she also has an abusive past with them. And there it is. She says, yes, I'm sorry. I didn't have money to put on.
The little tramp didn't leave any money to pay her, so she left. Just like a little slut.
And I had to ask my mom to even read these messages. So you saying this, you saying that is all because she couldn't even afford to respond. But you took offense to it and you called her terrible and say, I love you, but I'm mad at you. I hope you're having a thriving day because I'm not. And then just request. Can't do it without you, as she says to everyone. I hope you hugged your mom for me. She always wants people to do things for her, to live through her. No. No one wants you in their life. Well, no, that's not true. No one wants you to live through them. Or no one wants to live their life for you so that you can have that experience. Oh, it doesn't matter. The only reason she's saying it is to guilt you. You get to hug your mom. Mine's dead and I'm in jail. Anyway. Incoming from Lana. Hello, is this the Sarah Boone? Okay, that was that response. And then they're talking. Yep, I found you. Credits. Super equals you. See, this is her. So, hey, Lana. Sorry, it's Lana. Lana, yours gets to say super equals you. Christina, you get to hear terrible equals you. She's such a literal child. You, my friend Lana, are such a beautiful blessing. Just skimming. I don't know what to do because she's my 8th attorney, not by my choice. You don't get to choose if you're broke. I've never understood that. I still can't fathom that. How can you be so entitled that you think because you are impoverished with nothing, you get to choose the lawyer you want and you get to order the lawyer you want? You pull out that Karen Reed money, you buy you the best lawyer in the country, one of the best lawyers in the country, actually 3 of the best lawyers in the country, then you can order. Oh my gosh, that's making me laugh so much now. I keep calling the Karen Reed and Sarah trial our foils of each other, where Sarah wanted the trial that Karen Reed had, and Karen Reed just wanted to go home. But they both had 3 attorneys. Sarah had her 3 blind mice, Owens, the Kevin guy, and the black guy, Mr. Henderson. Meanwhile, Karen Reed had David Yannetti, Alan Jackson, and Bob Alessi. Powerhouses. But even those 3 could not win Sarah's case. They could only get you a plea deal and that's it. Okay, I'm blathering. Look, we made it to the end of our first package of text messages. I still have a lot more, but wow. 3 volumes. And we finally got to the end of just this one page. Okay, since we're at the end of this packet, I decided that I would go back and read this last message that she wrote to Lana, just because it's unhinged and just wild, and why not? So that's how we're going to cap this off. And I just find... I think Linda approves. So let's get into it. All right, 5/17/24, 10:53 a.m. to Lana. Super equals you. Why can't you live closer so I can hug you for your kindness and understanding and just being so unbelievably nice? You are definitely a gigantic wow, wow, wow. Thank you for being such a beautiful person in so many ways. You underestimate your goodness. For your contact info, it was only needed if we weren't correctly connected. If it's okay with you, I'll keep it for further reference when all this is over and done with and we can figure out where to meet. Definitely something to look forward to. Beyond measure, thank you for the credits and commissary. I can't explain to you the goodness of God in Him always providing and blessing in His perfect timing. Just when you think it's almost out or over, bam, have a blessing. You, my friend Lana, are such a beautiful blessing. Thank you. Always know you are in my daily thoughts and prayers, and always wishing you the best of everything. Remember, He sees you and knows your heart. Me too. Such a blessing. So here comes the work part. Please, since you invited questions, you know I'm going to cash in, especially from you being so smart and resourceful on the World Wide Web. From your messages, etc. One of the officers looked up a The sirens are out today. Hope that person is okay. Where we go. One of the officers looked up a document for me on the clerk's website titled Notice Removal of a State's Witness from the State's Brady Identification List. What is this? I know the Brady ID list is for any officer who has impeaching info or details about them. So does this mean she did or was on the list but is now removed? Quote, exonerating findings about her? I had no idea what's going on as my idiot, rude attorney hasn't spoken to me in almost a month. The things I could tell you with her and all the rude, inappropriate, lying things she says and does. What do I do? I'll run by you for your feedback next message. I don't know what to do, especially since she's my 8th attorney on my case, not by my choice. Have you ever read my letter about how and why I am? Find my letter, please, on the clerk's website to read and give me the date so I can add to my letter I'm writing the judge. It's overdue with this judgmental, full-blown prejudice, uninforming witch and needs to be brought to the light. She's not on my side. It's so bad, Lana. I've had to create a, quote, pretend judge to be in our meetings so she can treat me civilly, fairly, and appropriately. I tell her she would never treat me the way she does in front of the judge or in the courtroom. It's not working. I don't know what to do. Feedback, please. Your POV is invaluable. Remind me next time to talk more about. Please. Regarding screenshots, for any pictures, it's $1 each to upload. I don't know what's easier for you, and you can afford to send or just send in a letter where everything is uploaded together at no cost. Either way, I would definitely want to have still to know and can apply to my case regarding the whole exploitation of everything and how far it's still going. I've not even seen everything before the prejudgment and unnecessary hate has been and is being created. For the 5 pages you said you sent with the high school pic, what I received was the envelope front and back to the high school pic 1 and blank pages following 2. What am I missing? There was no text following the pic. What is Zav finding? I'm not that interesting and lived a blah life and my family is deceased, so I don't know what all is to be found. This is an invasion of privacy, nonetheless. What does my high school pic and anything else this lame Zav girl finds have to do with my case? Does she not understand this? Can you find out her personal info, name, where she lives, anything where I can sue her when this comes? Sue her with what money, Brokey the Bear? How are you gonna sue her? What you gonna sue her for? Accessing public information? But whatever. What does another's digging into your life mean? What else is there and by whom? Again, what does this have to do with my case? Please help me understand what's going on with the court docs my attorney is filing. I can't defend myself with her. She doesn't answer my questions, and everything I ask her for or about my case tells me, quote, it's not necessary. I know nothing more than I did with all the prior attorneys. It's not supposed to be this way, and still. Do you know if the detective depots were completed on the 7th? I wrote over 100 questions for her to choose accordingly to bust wide open some of the hijinks, lies, and unlawfulness they did and are doing to me. So you mean she wrote 100 handwritten questions to give over 100 to give to Miss Cashman to ask Chelsea and Scott during their depositions. Oh my gosh, I could only imagine the questions. Low-key, I would love to see those questions. I know they were just a mess, and I know Miss Cashman may have asked 5, the 5 most generic ones. Half of those are like, why did you assume that Sarah was lying when she told you all those lies? Why were you assuming that she killed someone because she took a video of it and confirmed her identity and laughing and understanding his exact situation and that she wasn't going to help him at all? I mean, she didn't show it to them, so they weren't even supposed to look. Even though she told them multiple times to look through her phone. But whatever, 100 questions. What could you ask in 100 questions? Why didn't they tell me when George's funeral was going to go? Why didn't they give me the engagement ring? Why didn't they tell the Torreses exactly what I want them to know? It's not their business I killed George, so they should listen to me. Okay, I have to move on, but that's ridiculous. And yes, their unlawfulness, murderer, their unlawfulness. How do you think my case ended up online in the first place? It's in the, quote, interrogation video where they're texting back and forth, and I'm asking what they're doing while I'm trying to answer their questions. Check that out. After I told them I'm not hungry enough to eat anything they're trying to feed me, being so frustrated with the runaround and attempted forced, quote, confession they kept trying to get me to say. It's strange how when I'm being escorted to the car by the sheriff after being arrested, that the news is there. There's so much. My attorney is doing nothing about it, because none of that has anything to do with your case. Oh, you're telling her that they need to ask them what they were feeding you and why they were trying to feed you an answer. And she said that in the interrogation and it still fell flat. They weren't trying to feed you anything. They were asking you very open-ended questions. They weren't questions that you pre-scripted, so you said they were feeding you because you were trying to feed them.
Is he laughing? Is he joking? He is begging. And you're the only one laughing. Okay. And you're the only one saying derogatory comments. Like you're mad.
No. Please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but like it's like you guys are kind of trying to like feed me. Like,
no, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
Well, I know what.
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
No.
Why don't you remember making the video?
Probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
No. Just because I went upstairs and... Just because you're drunk doesn't mean that you...
And it wasn't a forced confession. They wanted to know your motive, but you confessed from the beginning. Like I played earlier, you confessed on the 911 call. I put him in the suitcase, and you said it again and again and again and again.
Is the police or medical? My boyfriend is dead.
All right, great. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in his case and we were playing, and like kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Okay.
But unfortunately, you stood down too long. There's nothing we can do for you. No, my boyfriend. Is your boyfriend? Okay. Does he have any kind of metaphors? No. No, not that I know of.
We had a bottle of wine last night. Okay. So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek, right? Are you guys serious? Like, this is really bad. Just from playing hide and seek.
You did come up there.
I did, but then I fell asleep.
Okay.
And they're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it. And like, okay, well, I'm going to joke with you and I'll zip you up and make him, you know, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. I thought it would be funny too. And he was laughing about it too. To dip him up in there.
Did he say anything to you while he was in the suitcase? I know you guys were laughing, joking, but was any jokes made? Was anything said?
No, nothing negative or anything like. I'm telling you,
Just anything that he said, like
we were laughing about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the night right before I'm upstairs.
They were trying to get you to admit to your motive, not to admit to the crime. Your confession had more than been documented by the fact that you told everyone with a living pulse that I just fell asleep after I locked him in there, so I don't know what happened. And then expected them to play your game of confusion as if we don't know exactly what happened before we even saw the video. That was just the nail in the coffin. Okay. And yeah, the news was out there. And she asks this a lot in the future. And they told her that in the moment, this is a public space. This happens all the time with high-profile cases. And again, suitcase killer that just ran on the local news the night before, they're going to keep an ear out for it. Because yeah, your interrogation was the next day. This was definitely reported on. So you think they didn't know when your interrogation started? You think they didn't have someone sitting outside waiting? It wasn't that they were contacted. She keeps thinking that them texting back and forth was them contacting the news because she's so self-absorbed. When really, they were only texting to bait her further, to make her agitated and upset because she kept bringing up the phone, and then the phone has the worst piece of evidence in any murder case I've ever seen. Because normally crimes caught on camera are by like surveillance cameras. Rarely, I mean, I guess not rarely, but it is not often that the person films themselves doing it and then says, I didn't do it. And you're right, it was around and around and around because they kept asking you a simple question and you kept saying that was not my intent, it was not intentional. That's not an answer to the question. The question is, why did you do it? You are saying it was not intentional. That's an explanation. That's not an answer to the question. The answer to the question is, I locked him in there because, I mean, like she says it, I guess, like I thought it was funny and this and that, and then I walked upstairs and fell asleep. It's exactly what Linda said. You were talking around the answer the whole time. It was funny. Why was it funny? Oh, because we were playing hide and seek. Then why are you in this video cursing at him? Oh, and then on the stand, you're like, well, it's because he got violent and he was violent with me all day and I was afraid for my life and I was always terrified. She never planned to or plans to ever tell the truth about anything that went down that night because she knows if she has to accept it, if she had to accept what exists deep inside of her and what came out on that night, she might be crushed by the guilt. Actually, she wouldn't be. She would be embarrassed by it because she's perfect and brilliant, and this is not supposed to happen to her. She is supposed to be in control. She knows how to do absolutely everything and anything. And she said that in the interrogation. She has held that belief to this day. And you see it in these text messages where she's trying to move pieces around. She thinks she's playing chess, but she's really just playing in the sand, tic-tac-toe, where no one wants to go. And then she gets mad when people walk away because they can't. And they don't have to play this game with you. You forced George to play it. And now you can't force anyone to do anything ever again. Okay, I have to keep finishing this message. There's so much to do, and my attorney's doing nothing about it. And yeah, she's not going to do anything about the news being there, anything being, that's what she's asking. She's asking, why is all my stuff online? Why is this all being allowed to be permitted? She's dumb. She doesn't understand. However, even if that were illegal, which it's not, that doesn't help your case. With the case you have, Your lawyer trying to do external damage control is not the biggest issue. There is nothing you can argue in this case that justifies your action in a not guilty verdict. So you needed to focus on the evidence to try to configure some way to go that way if you're going to take this to trial, and not the plea deal, which she so graciously, and I'm sure it was a lot of hard work to get them to accept it, but she's a professional who's done it for 40 years. That is what she is supposed to be taking care of. All of your little miscellaneous things that just make you feel better in the very, very, very short term are not things she needs to be wasting her time on. She says she spent 20 hours with her. And Sarah thinks that's not enough. She spent like 14 hours with Bankowitz in total, and he was her lawyer for over a year, which, wasn't great, but when you're harassing him daily, like, you can smoothly F off, because I have actual jobs and an actual life to live. And he was also handling a capital murder case then and there, and she didn't care. And I'm like, someone's literal life is on the line. Your freedom is on the line, but you don't care. Anyway, whatever. Moving on. It's always, quote, I'm putting this to rest, or, quote, that's not necessary, or, quote, I'm not having this conversation with you. So for the 50 cent for the message, I hope I made it count. I hope, too, it doesn't scare you off or make you uncomfortable with the contents. I trust you, Lana, and do not believe you would do anything deceitful to hurt or expose my contact with you. You're really smart and use big, appropriate, professional words, and I relate to you 1,000%. Oh, you're really smart because you use big words, and I relate to you 1,000%. That's her judgment of intelligence. I mean, but that explains why she thinks that she could overwhelm George, because George's vocabulary just wasn't as expansive as hers, at least in English. I still don't know. I think he did speak Spanish, but I don't want to be offensive. But if he did speak Spanish, then he knew double the words that you knew. And that's why I've never understood specifically in America, the stigma against bilingual people who have an accent or broken English. I'm like, that's like having two keyboards running at the same time in different languages. Very impressive. And when I hear and I don't know what it is about me, all of my friends know at least 3-4 multiple languages that I'm around consistently, and I'm just sitting there twiddling my thumbs. Well, I mean literally, because I do know sign language, but yeah, I bet she could overwhelm him with very niche, big sounding words that only half apply to the situations she uses them. It'd be one thing if they were appropriate to the situation, but it's like, oh, okay. It literally would have been a stronger, more powerful sentence if you used this more common word. And that's another thing, writers out there, you don't have to use big words to sound smart. If you can't have a complex idea that you explain accessibly, then maybe the idea wasn't, that nuanced or groundbreaking to begin with, if you have to sugarcoat it in flowery language. That's why I can't stand just academia in general. The inaccessibility of scholarship to lay audiences is mind-blowing. And then people are like, why is no one reading our stuff? Because you didn't write it to be read. You wrote it to get published and to say, look, I'm published. I'm sorry. I need to get focused. The things I could tell you, trust. Help me get out of here and make an example of all the wrongful BS everyone thinks they can do to me. I can't do it without you. Please tell me if I ever overwhelm you, professionally or personally. God gave you to me for a reason. I cannot express my gratitude. You are wonderful. For the Lord does not see as man sees. For man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. Samuel 16:7, my little children, let us not love in word or in tongue, but in deed and truth. John 3:18, exactly. John 3:18 needs to be inscribed in your brain. You need to write it 1,000 times in a notebook until it sticks. Do not let us love in word or in tongue, beating all this flowery BS. You're incredible. I can't do this without you. You're wonderful. I'm so blessed. I love you, this and that. My lovely brother, amazing. And then when you switch up and say, I can't believe you don't understand. You wouldn't do this for me. Help me and see me helpless. How could you? No one ever does anything for me. That love, the love bomb, I'm going to send I love you to my son in 30,000 characters, using all 30,000 characters. That is, quote, love in word or in tongue. But what is in deed and truth? What are your deeds? Your deeds are horrible. You are rarely kind or nice to anyone, at least not in a selfless way where it is not transactional and you have nothing to gain from it. Because that's the true judge of character. What you do when no one is watching. And what you don't report to everyone, what you don't say out loud. That's why it's like when you're feeding the homeless, it's kind of undercut when you film it, because then it becomes a spectacle and not an actual act of charity. And truth. What truth have you told? You lie to everyone about everything.
I lied to the police. Basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested. I made the first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened, and I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
So your love has no truth behind it. You don't follow through with your deeds. You only say the word and write it. Okay. 2 are better than 1 because they have a good reward for their labor. For if they fall, one will lift up her companion. Though one may be overwhelmed by another, 2 can withstand him. And a 3-fold cord is not quickly broken. Ecclesiastes 4, 9 through 10, 12. Is this not the Bible verse she used with her brother too? Like literally the exact same one? 2 are better than 1 because we can lift each other up. And I made the whole side tangent of like she wants you to 100% invest in her so that you two together can get through both of your issues in life, even though she can't provide shit for you, but more complaints and stagnant, hollow Bible verses. Thank you, Lana. Thank you forever. Wow. And apparently it's not thank you forever, because once you found out she was talking with Tanika, you decided to just say a ton of horrible, horrible things to her. And I may put that in here later when I'm doing like my final edits, because I don't know when I'm going to get to volume 4 because I have to reorganize and get to the next packet.
Sometimes I'll start a sentence and I don't even know where it's going. I just hope I find it along the way.
Okay, yeah, let's read this email. I didn't get the very, very top, but it's a Bible verse. Our God and Father, and with it we curse men. My brethren, these things ought not to be so. James 3:5, 8 through 10, the untamable tongue. I'm guessing this is what she is saying Lana has. Stop trying so hard to get the grimy followers to like you with all your comments and, quote, insight about me. It's embarrassing. Maybe you can give grimy new bestie Tanika pointers on how to, don't even. You tried it. While she's online reading your comments about me. It's sad, Lana, you've stooped so low and ended up this way. And all the world sees I've stopped communicating with you. You're a traitor. Add that comment when someone asks you why. And I never asked you for a dime. You added money to my county account in hopes I'd be your new friend like Tanika is now. How much did you give her? So sad you're a liar too. Just like the rest of them. Conformist. And even after she, quote, bashed you on live. Are you that desperate? No matter to me. I am formally demanding you cease and desist discussing anything about me, my son, my cases, my life with your YouTuber Tanika. Stop talking about me as a whole and every way. You're rotten, Lana. Cut and paste this message to all your grimies. Queen Grime herself. Shame on you. Yeah. Shame on her. This is so unhinged. Again, you cloak your vitriol and venom in a Bible verse so you can try and claim moral superiority when it just makes you look even worse. I mean, if anything, it does look good that Lana opened her eyes towards the end and realized that all this lovey-dovey, you're amazing, you're my best friend forever, was just love bombing BS. And this is the person you were talking to the entire time. Even Linda thought that was harsh. But yeah, one of your last messages to Lana was just absolutely cruel. And looking at some of the spreadsheets, she sent you more money than Brian did. That's why you're going, wow, 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 thank you for commissary and for the credits. And I don't know what she does, but it may not have, broken her bank account and she was happy to do it. But it's still the way she talks about people. Like I've said multiple times here, if you are not continually helping her, giving her everything, then it is as if you never did it to begin with. So all the money, all the support, all of these messages, everything she went through, she literally testified on the stand, well, not on the stand, but through voice, which I am actually glad that the video went down and it didn't work, because she was also on her phone, and something tells me that people were just going to be very, very rude with that, because I'm like, you're going to be literally, I guess, live streaming into court. But that happened. That's what happened in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, where they were bugging the bellman a million times. He says, I did not see any bruises. Why are y'all still bugging me? And he's given his interview or his testimony in the car while vaping, driving to work.
The line. So the incident was May 21st, 2016. He said that you saw Amber Heard hundreds of times while she was there. Amber Heard treat you well, and was she friendly to you in each of these hundreds of times?
Yes. I'm not going to say no, because she was really always nice.
All right, this is my last.
Be nice.
All right, this is my last question. Did you testify truthfully to everything that you testified in response to my questions today?
That's correct.
All right.
I did.
All right. It's a good time to break for lunch. We'll just break a little early, so just don't talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock, okay? Thank you. All right. That was a first, I'm sorry.
I will say, Your Honor, that is the most bizarre deposition.
Okay, all right. I've just never seen that before. I've seen a lot of things, but I've just never seen that.
Driving.
Like a true king and icon. But for real, he had Judge Escarate questioning her entire life. Just seeing the life drain from her, trying to comprehend what she just saw. I mean, he broke like 50 laws right there. But what can you do? Judge Escarate is one of my favorite judges from these high-profile trials. I think my number one is Judge Kranick now. She was my number one for a long time, but she'll be up there, my one too, because she ran that court so smoothly. She used to be in the Marine Corps, and she ran it like that. And she only had to say a few words here and there, and everyone was in line. This whole yelling about going back and forth and the judge doing this and that did not exist there. What she said would happen is what happened. Anyway, but yeah, all the things that you're saying now, you are such a beautiful blessing. God gave you to me. No, it's even in every phrasing. It like if you're going to phrase that honestly, you would say God put us in each other's life for a reason, or you came into my life at the right time, not he gave you to me. I own you as a resource professionally and personally. Remember, he sees you and knows your heart. Me too. Again, like equaling yourself with the divine. Me and God both see the same thing, and we know your heart. Such a blessing. And then changes up months later. Oh, and the removal of the state witness from the Brady's list, because she tried to use that to threaten Chelsea, because Chelsea was on the Brady list for a little bit while she was being investigated. And the Brady list is basically like a list that law enforcement gets put on if there's some shady stuff. Like, you have been found to broken this rule or do this, or this thing is inconclusive. Something that's basically like a little asterisk that say, look twice at this person. And it may come with some restrictions, but, you know, it's not the end of the world. She was on the Brady list for a short while. I can't remember what it was for, but she was removed because after the investigation concluded, they realized she wasn't at fault for anything. What was it? I think it was, yeah, I can't remember, but I think it was more of a logistical thing with interviews and not that it was like she actually did something shady. And that's why, you know, once they looked into it, they're like, okay, this is nothing. But she's mad that she was removed from the Brady list because she needs that to be like, look, she's shady. They did all of this in the interrogation. They tried to coerce this confession. I came in there to tell them my lies, and they tried to force me to tell the truth. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, it says, quote, exonerating findings, meaning exoneration, a word that will never be associated with Sarah Catherine Boone Paulsen.
Well, excuse me. You're eating.
Yep, and that's just the wildest thing of she really, what I think was the most damaging things to her in general were, one, the video, of course the video, obviously. But if she did not have the video, and if she did not say they were the only two there that night.
And then you flip the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No. Why would I do that?
Well, you
Good
told us
question.
you
You
did.
did.
When he was upside down.
Right.
Well, you had to put him upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down because the.
Oh my
What,
gosh.
you put the
See,
stuff
and
in
that's
where his body was?
That's unfortunately
Like,
too, if nobody else was there. That's
We
the
have a
unfortunate
video
thing.
showing the suitcase in several different positions.
She probably could have come up with a million other more excuses. We invited friends over. I got drunk. I'm known to flee. I saw an argument. I ran away. I came back. I saw a suitcase. I thought he was packing his stuff, so I went upstairs and I went to sleep. And then I woke up in the morning and he was in there, and I had no idea what happens. I don't know what happens. That's when you can have an excuse to say, I don't know what happens. But no, you said, one, check my phone. I filmed it. Two, we were the only ones there. It was a great night. We were playing hide and seek. I put him in there because it was fun. I zipped it, but I left two little fingers out. As if that's not horrible enough. She confessed to all that. If you're gonna lie, at least lie good. Well, better. And this is what I said earlier. She said, before I do, I'll run it by you for feedback. Exactly. She needed to be running these messages by her friends for feedback before sending them the whole time. And it's not that I expect her to be infallible or anything. There's no issue with being wrong. It's just the way that you are so aggressive and insistent that you are always right. And it rarely happens. Like, it is very rare you are actually correct about a strong stance you have taken. A majority of the time, it's misconstrued or a flat out lie that you latch onto and try to make that the truth and then get mad when we don't join in on the lie with you. But yeah, she really hates Miss Cashman more than anything. And that's just the wildest thing. The first 7 lawyers, no one ever talked to me. I wanted to be included in my case. Now it's, she's so mean to me. And again, I bet money if a male attorney said the things Miss Cashman said to her, she would call abuse. She would play into all this. She has to create pretend judge because she can't lean into other stereotypes. And in my mind, I don't see that working. she says I have to do that for her to talk nice to me. I think she probably just gives up and being like, you're literally a child. What? But I don't think she's like, oh, you're pretending, the pretend judge is here, so I have to act nice. Oh no. Also, there is a subscriber and Royal member whose name is Pretend Judge. Amazing. One of my favorite handles. That and OnlyFan are up there. Oh, but also a few lives ago when we were covering Karen Reed.
Was that a read?
Yes, it was.
I saw, I can't remember the full name, but one of them was an Alessi name. And I was like, yes, I'm here to stand Mr. Alessi anytime for any reason. Yeah, I think Mr. Alessi might be one of my favorite lawyers in any of these viral cases that I've seen. Just like the passion, the respect, the dignity, and the I'm not afraid to F shit up. Although I do think Alan Jackson might be the best attorney that we've seen. Ooh, maybe that'll be something. I'll make a video in the future after I've covered a few more cases of ranking my favorite lawyers from what we've covered. And I'm going to weigh the factors fairly. It doesn't matter if you're on the winning or the losing side, but I think that would be a fun video. Anyway, what am I doing? Sorry. She wants her pictures. Oh, Zav Girl's in this. Girl, what you doing in here? You found a high school picture of her? This is invasion of privacy. No, it isn't if she found it online. And also, who cares? Fun fact, you don't have a right to privacy. A wild contradiction in my mind that American citizens, you don't actually have a right to privacy. We look at a bunch of amendments, primarily the 4th, I think the 6th, the 9th, the 5th. Is it the 5th? I think so. I don't know why I'm still going on a tangent. I guess I just don't want to end the video. That's weird. Oh, but Zav Girl. So yeah, it's not an invasion of privacy. It's just doing whatever anyone wants to do. So then you're going to order her, can you find out her personal info, name where she lives so I can sue? One, I don't think you need all that to sue her. And she also always wants to sue for defamation and slander. Fun fact, Sarah Catherine Boone Paulsen.
Stop talking! You are insane, my God!
Has now entered the space where she can no longer be defamed. That is also a defense to defamation of if the person's reputation has already been so destroyed that everything has already been said about them, you can't further defame them. Exactly, Linda. You can't further defame them because for defamation, you have to show that there was injury, not injury, but that there was harm that came to you, that you lost something. You have to show damages of some kind in order to say this was defamatory because it impacted my life. We can say pretty much anything about Sarah Catherine Boone Paulsen.
I am an absolute failure!
And it's not going to change her life, her circumstances, her social positioning, nothing. So, enjoy that. And it's just, she always starts these messages off really nice and kind, then gets all hate-filled, and then tries to be nice and kind at the end. Just the whiplash of how can anyone think anything you say is genuine? Which is why Lana's saying, I don't know anyone who would offer me a kidney after talking to them after a year. You really think after these messages, she would seriously offer you a kidney if you were out? That is called love in word and in tongue, but not deed or truth, because that reality was not truthful and she never would have done the deed. So I do feel for Lena in some way on that of like being swept in, love bombed, doing everything for this person, but then also doing bad things for this person because you get too swept into it. But I don't think her core intention or goal was to be negative, and it seems like it was to be, you know, kind. And also, this is another parasocial mix that we're going to see in the future, where true crime being able to reach out to these people, like, I don't know, I'm so bad with names, but the guy who they said was attractive with all the skull tattoos, who was on Murder, Wilson, something Wilson, And all the girls were going crazy on TikTok and being like, I can change him. And I'm like, didn't he just kill 2 people? But okay. But they crossed this parasocial bond and then mix that with true crime, and you get just a cesspool and set the stage for disaster. It can't end well. And that's why I brought up the same thing with Paul Ferguson. He had people who were still giving him money despite being one of the worst people. Yeah, being one of the worst people. And if you haven't watched the Paul Ferguson video, I did 3 on him. I meant to make it just 1, but there was a whole debacle. Sometimes it's hard for me to even rewatch it, so I understand if you hadn't. But if you're curious about that case, buckle up and take it in chunks. That's all I gotta say. Take a lot of breaks. I did. But even he had supporters because they believe his manipulation. Because no one wants to believe people are as evil as their actions. And me personally, I don't believe that, per se. I naively believe that everyone is born in the natural state of kindness. As in, like, that is your autopilot setting from the beginning. And of course, you don't actually blame babies for their actions because they're literally just trying to survive. But it's the world that really hardens us and warps that state into kindness. To me is taking advantage of you, getting everything from you. And I completely warp that state to become who I am. And then that kindness turns into any myriad of negative and evil emotions, deeds, and actions. That's why it's always said, what is it? The road to hell is paved with good intentions, because most villains think they're good or think they have a good justifiable reasons. There's very few people in this world who genuinely think they are evil and want to be that way. If they recognize that what they're doing is evil, they still think they are right and that what they are doing is correct more often than not. And if they don't think what they're doing is correct and still doing it, it means they still have the empathy of recognition and then just no control. Not no control, but they chose not to control those impulses, but it still exists somewhere in there. And if it exists somewhere in there, kind of like singing, anyone can learn to sing. I think anyone can be reformed to some degree, but it takes a Herculean Mount Everest type challenge for some people. And most people, once they've dug themselves so deep, just rather go into the abyss than ever try to get better or be better to those around them. But then there are the very few people who have done horrible atrocities, who throughout the years have changed their ways. It doesn't mean people have to view them differently, but you can tell that they are not the person they were when they were their worst. I don't even know what started that tangent or how I got here. But anyway, she probably wanted her attorney to try to deal with Zav Girl too, and that's why she's like, I'm putting this to rest. This is not necessary. We don't have time for this. I'm going. Why? Because she is a business woman. She is a legal mogul. She has cases to win and places to be, and being stuck in this loop around with Sarah Catherine Boone Paulsen.
Eating my peach.
Okay. I think I've stretched this as far as I can, so future me will add anything else I missed, if that. All right, and I think that is going to be it for Volume 3 of Sarah Catherine Boone Paulsen's
Stop talking! You are insane! My God!
Jailhouse text messages. Every single volume keeps getting crazier and crazier and more unhinged, which kind of just shows this never-ending pattern of she has never gotten better and has only gotten worse, continuously and consistently. If she was let back out in public, I have no doubt she would harm someone else again. But luckily for us, Judge Cranick, Honorable Judge Cranick, dealt with so much and was so patient so he could savor the moment where he could finally...
The court has had the opportunity to life review the evidence and testimony that was presented at trial. To life. The victim impact statements. Life. presented here today to life. The statements of character witnesses, life, both orally to life and in writing to life. Dr. Harper's report to life and testimony, life. The defendant's testimony to life. Pre-sentencing investigation to life. The arguments of the state to life and the arguments of the defense to life. Court pronounces sentence as follows: to life. Ms. Boone, life. Court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections, with credit time served that Madam Clerk will provide to you momentarily.
Release us from this curse that never ends and put her behind bars for life. And aside from that, I just want to thank you all again for making this past year just incredible. I literally started this channel somewhat of a joke. I didn't think anyone would listen to what I had to say. So the fact that we are 12K strong in the first year is mind-blowing to me. I'm so happy with the community we've cultivated. We may be small but mighty. We're not even small. We may be medium but mighty. You all just bring amazing personality to this. It's not really a toxic environment, and going into this next year, I would like to keep it that way. Hopefully I can expand and cover more cases this year. In this past year, I was only able to touch on 3. That was Sarah Catherine Paulsen,
I am an absolute failure. Help me!
Paul Byron Ferguson,
What is that? That's the baby mama from hell. Hey, shut the hell up, sound like a siren.
and Karen, what's her middle name? Karen, no middle name, Reed?
Is that a Reed?
Yes, it was.
Oh, I don't know her middle name, but it starts with an A. Karen A. Reed. Sarah Boone and Paul Ferguson have always been on my list of things I wanted to talk about. I have one more case that's been on my list that I need to get to, and then I'll be open to exploring, you know, what's more viral, what you all are interested in, and ready to see where this kingdom expands. And that's the other thing, like the name was also a joke, but you all just caught to it and liked it. And I was like, okay, bet, we're here. You all are royals. Thank you all for making me, Linda the Train, Paulina the Plane, Isis the Ice Maker, Gary the Garbage Truck, and Vicky the Vacuum all feel welcome in this past year. I just know the SKR cinematic universe is going to expand, and I'm excited for the ride and to see where the future takes us. But if you liked this video, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, dislike if you're feeling it. Until next time.